Good day, good morning, honorable members. The co-chair is 5 minutes away, and I want to plead with you that we wait for her. Thank you very much.
So it's a chance to grab a cup.
Yes.
Good morning, honorable members, my honorable chair, and both the departments, and all their entities receive our warm welcome and apologies for starting late. We've been stuck on the road due to long travels from outside of Cape Town. You are welcome to the Joint Portfolio Committee of Science, Technology and Innovation. And okay. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think this is an embarrassment and feel of being disrespected as the committee, especially the joint committee. It's very wrong of the chairperson with the program that has been arranged for quite some time. And then you've been knowing that the program started 10, then being late. It cannot be an excuse. As a chairperson of the committee, you can arrange a better time than that. You can be an hour as the leader of the committee. You need to be earlier than to be accurate at the time. That is a disrespect, chairperson, of you just coming with a simple. If that is a norm with your committee, not the committee that is with us, because we are maintaining the decorum of discipline in the Committee of Minerals. I think it's wrong. An apology is not sufficient to this committee. It's so embarrassing being led by a chairperson of this nature. I don't think it's a good thing that we are showing to the committee that we are leading, Honorable Chairperson.
All right, thank
Should
you.
it be a norm?
Yeah.
Do this, yeah. Thank you.
Your order is sustained. It's as a chair, I'm supposed to show a high level of discipline and arriving earlier, but with situation that was beyond my control, I had to. No, I'm still ruling on an order. I have to show that kind of respect to the portfolio committee. It's not a norm in the science and technology. It's something that happened beyond my control today. Hence, I'm saying that I apologize to both the Portfolio Committee of Science, Technology and Innovation and the Portfolio Committee of Mineral Resources and Petroleum. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just also want to note my satisfaction. In fact, it's our first meeting with Science and Technology, and this that we hear, it's a norm. We got it from your colleagues that sat with you in the committee. So it's not something that we have just made up. So if there is a norm in your committee that your committee starts late and can only start on your arrival, let it be on your committee, because you invited us here as the Minerals and Petroleum Committee. We're here on time. In fact, we've even been here since 9:30, because according to us, the meeting is starting at 9:30. To our surprise, when we arrive here, the meeting is only starting at 10. And then the chairperson comes at 10:20 to a meeting that we have long been sitting since 9:30. I think as the EFF, anyway, we're going to write a letter to the chairperson of to the House Chair to report this matter, because I mean, as a chairperson, you ought to know and plan your day and make provision for unforeseen circumstances. You can't get into the flight in the morning and think you're going to land in Cape Town at 8 o'clock and think in a rainy weather you're going to make it on time to the committee. So you need to plan your day on time. All of us were stuck in traffic. We took Some of us took the 7 o'clock bus to be on time here for committee. That is how seriously we take our work of Parliament. So we have been sitting here, we want to engage what we were invited for, and then we get disrespected by a chairperson that just come and tell us I was stuck in traffic. If it was a health problem, we would have had huge sympathy, but we can't have sympathy for a person that say, I've been stuck in traffic. This is not, this is a meeting of Parliament. It gets scheduled in advance, days and weeks in advance. So you ought to have planned your day. It shows signs of utter disrespect, and we will not tolerate it for our time to be taken for granted like that.
Point taken.
We will write to the chairperson or the house chair and report this misconduct. No chairperson must think that they are beyond recourse. There must be discipline amongst chairperson. Learn from your colleague that are sitting next to you, because he was even here before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Your point is taken. You are welcome to proceed with whatever action that you can go ahead with. My issue was that I was traveling not from inside here the country. I was just stuck along the way with delaying of flights. But my apologies again to both the portfolio committees. I humbly apologize. It's not a norm in the Science, Technology and Innovation Portfolio Committee. The meeting today was scheduled to start at 10 o'clock, and that is what we had communicated. I will then proceed. Honorable Mjadu. No, it's fine. Honorable Mjadu, your point is noted. We will. Can we proceed now with the portfolio committee? The point is noted. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to repeat what my colleagues have said. Now, my issue is the lack of time to properly process what is on the agenda. Because now it's 10 past, we're supposed to start at 10. Sorry, it's 27 minutes past. We're supposed to start at 10. Are we going to move the end time to 1 o'clock or 1:30 to allocate for the time that we are starting late? Because it will be amiss that as you are engaging with the presentation, we are informed that we need to conclude. Because it's not by our doing, we're here on time. I just needed to get clarity on that.
With the approval of both the portfolio committees, can we now suggest that we finish our meeting at 1 o'clock? If there is no opposing view on the matter, we will now finish our meeting at 1 o'clock. Can we get... my name is Takan Shiviti. I'm the chair of Science, Technology and Innovation, and I will give to my co-chair to introduce himself and give opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Chair of the Portfolio Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation. Maybe allow me to first call for the House to stand and observe a moment of silence to our fallen Ketamabala, the Deputy Chief Whip of the IFP. Thank you. We may be seated. Let me first take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation for inviting the Portfolio Committee of Mineral and Petroleum Resources to this meeting. The presentations by the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research and the Mandela Mining Precinct are central to our work as the Portfolio Committee. We prioritized your invitation, Chair, and adjusted our program as this meeting was crucial for us to attend. It's not a mistake that we took the invitation. Our Portfolio Committee faces several challenges, including the imminent closure of mines, a decline in exploration activities, increasing depth of remaining mines that complicates extraction, and ongoing health and safety concerns in the mining operations. Therefore, research and development, along with innovative strategies to extend the lifespan of depleting mines and safely mine deeper resources, is essential for the mining industry, and the collaboration of the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, the Mandela Mining Precinct, and other key stakeholders such as Mintech are very crucial, very, very crucial. And beneficiating our mineral resources is essential as well. The energy transition and the global discussion on critical minerals are paving the way for increased beneficiation opportunities. By the way, the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources has released South Africa's critical minerals and metals strategy, and this strategy is strongly enhancing beneficiation efforts and the initiatives of the CSIR and Mandela Mining Precinct. We anticipate gaining valuable insights today, Minister Nzimande, from the presentations that will be made by various institutions. Additionally, we have scheduled a meeting with CSIR on June 10, 2025, to discuss a slightly different topic. Today's meeting will also prepare the minerals and petroleum resources for this upcoming engagement with CSIR. With that said, welcome to this meeting, and I will hand over back to the chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. We are now going to receive apologies. We'll start with you, Shanaz.
Good morning, everybody. So the agenda is on the screens. The apologies were a letter received from the DG of DSTI. His absence kind of clashed with some of the responsibilities he has. And then from the member side, Sapo, Mazzoni, and S. Zondo from Science, Technology and Innovations, and the apology from Mineral and Petroleum Resources is Mr. Lorimer. Thank you, Chair. Those were the apologies we received.
Thank you, Shanaz. Can we take hands that adopt the agenda? Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I am happy to move for the adoption of the agenda, of course, with the amended closing time. Thank you.
Can we have a seconder? Yes, Honourable Members.
I'm happy to also second the adoption of the agenda.
The agenda has been duly adopted. With the apologies, we are now going to have to invite the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation to lead the presentation from the department.
Where is this? Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairpersons of the Portfolio Committee of Science, Technology and Innovation, and Mineral and Petroleum Resources. Greetings also to honorable members of Parliament who serve in these committees. I nearly said honorable members of committees. There is no such. Honorable members of Parliament who are members of this committee. Chairpersons, you will excuse me because I would really request that I be released at about 1:45. Not out of disrespect, but I'm meeting the Vice Chancellor of UCT in his capacity as Chairperson of the National Research Foundation at 1. So my apologies for that. Thank you for this opportunity, to present to this important joint sitting of the two portfolio committees. As Minister in the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, we always value the opportunity to interact with Parliament, and that this regular interaction does indeed enrich our own work. We don't shy from robust engagement on issues that we present and table before you. Maybe it would be important then in introducing this presentation, which I will explain when I end, how we intend doing it. The historical context of the mining industry is very important, so that we know the tasks that face us now and going forward. We are aware that over the last 150 years, mining has played a central role both in the creation of the Union of South Africa in May 1910 and the plundering of our mineral wealth, in particular our diamonds and gold as part of colonial accumulation. That's the history of the mining industry in our country. Over the same period, mining has also shaped the nature and evolution of the South African economy, influenced town planning and the design and location of residential areas, which in turn shaped things such as urbanization, the migrant labor system, and the entrenchment of racialized and gendered inequality. In fact, if we are to talk about the economic foundations of apartheid, it's the mining industry. Therefore, the legacy of the mining industry in our country includes immense wealth for one section of our society, exclusively white, whilst also generating significant social and economic inequality for the black majority. And I would like to say this, co-chairs, in the light of this current debate about black economic empowerment and all that our own history was coded in apartheid and colonial laws. It wasn't just a by the way. 1924 Industrial Conciliation Act, for instance, put it very bluntly, and it was in regard to the mining industry in the main, that there shall be no black artisans. It was in law, not just as a by-the-way thing, which is why it's important to correct these things. We do ourselves need to codify them in law if we are to reverse this legacy. Therefore, the currently racially skewed economic structure in our country and the persistence of inequality cannot be separated from the genesis and the evolution of mining during the 1800s. In the current context, the mining industry still remains one of the most important sectors of our country's economy, which is why, as the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, we have identified this sector for research and development because of its importance. A presentation that was delivered at this year's Mining Indaba in Cape Town titled The State of the Mining Nation made the following observations, amongst others. Firstly, that the South African mining industry contributed 6% of the country's total nominal GDP during the first 3 quarters of last year. In money terms, this amounted to 432.7 billion rand. Also, minerals accounted for 45% of the country's exports, worth about 800 billion rands for the whole year last year. The mining industry also paid 14% of all corporate taxes in South Africa, totaling 42.6 billion rand during the financial year 2023-2024. And during the 3rd quarter of last year, the sector employed 471,882 people, or 4.5% of the country's total workforce. The earnings of these employees or workers totaled 189.2 billion, or 5.7% of the country's total workforce earnings. I must also say, Chair, we are very pleased from what we are saying that, if I heard you correctly, we have released something on our critical minerals, because that's the new battleground in geopolitics now, those critical minerals. And it's good if you have done so, because as South Africa, we need to be ready. We might even be forced to make choices, very difficult choices, given the importance of critical minerals in the geopolitical situation at this point in time. Hence, the importance also of science, technology, and innovation, if we are to navigate this terrain better. Now, in spite of mining's significant contribution to our national economy, our country's mining sector continues to face enormous challenges. Portfolio Committee on Minerals know this better, some of which including declining production, the need for modernization, and a low uptake of technology. We're not very happy, although we are doing good work, by the way, with the Minerals Council, as they will also make an input here in terms of technology. Now, modernization of mining is one of the strategic pillars of our country's decadal plan for science, technology, and innovation. Our decadal plan is our 10-year plan, 2022 to 2032, a 10-year plan for science, technology, and innovation. In 2023, our entity, the Human Sciences Research Council, launched a collaborative research project with the Minerals Council of South Africa and the Research Institute for Innovation and Sustainability. This research project observed that, and quoting from it, we can unlock as much as 153 billion rand in value by 2026 through the modernization of mining. That's also some of the questions you were posing yourself in your introductory remarks. To enable this, we have undertaken initiatives such as the Mandela Mining Precinct, which is a national coordination hub for mining, research, development, and innovation, and drives the South African Mining Extraction Research, Development, and Innovation Strategy, which in short we call SAMEDI. Now, on action, that is important. To realize the objectives of our department's Mandela Mining Precinct and SAMEDI, we will require the active support of the Science, Technology, and Innovation, as well as Mineral and Petroleum Resources Portfolio Committees. That's why this meeting is important, that the two committees decide to meet together to discuss the issue of STI interventions, because it's going to be important going forward. Anyway, this helps us as a department. We've now adopted our mantra, which says, We want to place science, technology, innovation at the center of government, at the center of education, at the center of industry, and at the center of society. Because we've realized that appreciation of the role of science, technology, and innovation is not yet at the level in which it is required in our country. That's why we've adopted this mantra. So such interventions, like we are doing as the two committees, are very important for us as the department. So then, to realize these objectives, as I have said, through the work of this committee, it will help in the following ways: reinforcing budget protection and expansion of research, development, and innovation programs in mining and beneficiation. In fact, you can't beneficiate without science, technology, and innovation, if truth be told. For example, there is very important work that we are doing as the department. MinTech is part of it, by the way, which is focusing on clean coal. Estimates are that we've got 350 years of coal, mining coal in South Africa. So it's still going to be important, long even after our grandchildren are gone. And it's going to be very important, therefore, that we start engaging on this. We're going to China with the CSIR. Amongst the places we're going to visit is an institute for low carbon, which actually is involved in this thing of carbon capture, which we are doing some of that. That as carbon comes out, we capture it. And for now, we are able to produce fertilizers out of that. So a product that is actually helpful. But we are also looking at other CSIR, maybe they will touch on that a bit, though we are not presenting only about coal, but just by way of example, how we are also looking at other technologies to clean coal, including, by the way, making products out of coal, but in a manner that is able also to manage carbon emissions. Also, we hope that with your work, we'll be able to strengthen oversight. You will be able to strengthen oversight and hold us to account to ensure greater youth participation and localization in technology deployment. It's a very important issue for our continent as a whole, for that matter, which is a young continent in terms of age profile. I always argue that if we can empower African youth, we will be empowering the whole world globally. Because if we can be able to empower our young people in this continent, that will have a huge impact. Not by them leaving and going to other countries, but in terms of the impact of that. Also, we are championing cross-departmental collaboration. So what we are doing here is very important. The president in the previous administration had established an interministerial committee made up of what we call science-intense departments. Like mining is a science-intense department, or it's supposed to be. Using the parliamentary constituency system as well, we would encourage that you engage in outreach that promotes awareness and involvement in efforts to realize, amongst others, a just energy transition and benefit from the opportunities that come with the modernization of mining. Now, let me conclude, co-chairpersons and honorable members. We believe that the Mandela Mining Precinct and Samedi initiatives represent a progressive and successful model for public-private collaboration, and in order for these initiatives to achieve their stated goals. And this will require massive and coordinated political programs and policy support. This political program and policy is absolutely critical to enable mining to drive industrial development, youth, women, and community empowerment, and sustainable socio-economic transformation. It is for this reason that the visionary step of taking a joint approach as we are doing today must be commended, and it is my wish that we sustain this. Chairperson, co-chairpersons, and honorable members, we usually state that our country can't hope to achieve its core development objectives if it fails to make meaningful investment in science, technology, and innovation. And we've seen how meaningful investment in science, technology, and innovation has resulted in significant levels of development and industrialization for many countries across the world. If you look at China today, they are actually reaping the benefits of 15, 20, 25 years of investment in science, technology, and innovation, which is making this country to be what it is and upsetting the United States, amongst other things, which clearly is a declining empire. Because what we are faced with also is a challenge that what we see the US doing is not just a subjective Trump own willingness of things. Trump is a product of a declining empire, if we are to analyze that properly, hoping that the US could go back to the dirty steel industry, to coal mining, to the auto sector in Detroit. That's what Trump is talking about when he said, make America great again. One is very, without diverting, suspicious of that, because the US doesn't even have artisans anymore, because it outsourced all manufacturing to the rest of the world. So it's very important then that we we continue to do work also understanding the geopolitical context. Now, we are of the firm belief that in order to address some of our country's urgent challenges, we need to, amongst others, intensify the modernization of our country's mining industry. In a way, if the mining industry was the source of the many problems that we faced since the 19th century, let's try and turn it into a solution to the challenges that we have as a country. Towards this end, today's presentation then, which we are making, will seek to give honorable members an overview of our department's efforts under the auspices of the Mandela Mining Precinct to modernize our country's mining sector by driving RDI investment, that is research, development, and innovation, human resources development, improving mining technology, and driving beneficiation. 3 people are going to present, but I have warned my DTG Mope here that those slides look too many. And I hope that you'll be able to compress without doing an injustice, though, to what you want to present. With these remarks, honorable chairpersons and honorable co-chairpersons and honorable members, let me then call on our Deputy Director General responsible for socio-economic innovation partnerships, Dr. Mboneni Mope, and the team to make the presentation. Also, another present, you'll make the initial one, and then CSIR will come in, and then the Minerals Council, which we are very pleased also that they are actually here with us. People who say we are not collaborating, they will see today that we are collaborating, because 3, my department and Minerals Council and CSIR are here. Thank you very much, co-chairpersons and honorable members. So with your permission then. Oh, I should have also emphasized, by the way, that our DG could not be here. He wanted to be here. That's the challenge he's facing. He started work yesterday. So he has got lots of things. He's still trying to find where his office is. Is the desk in the right place and all that? Otherwise, he would have liked to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, and good morning, honorable members. I'm going to be doing this presentation and then hand over to a colleague from the Minerals Council and then to the CSIR. Also want to acknowledge the presence of my counterpart from the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources, Ms. Ntokozo Nzimande, who's also joined us. Just to really, by way of context,
It's not
briefly,
patronage, Chair.
So just by way of context, this work that we're doing is being done in alignment with the Science, Technology and Innovation White Paper, and also the decadal plan that the Minister referred to, which is actually the implementation arm of the Science and Technology White Paper. And one of the central aspects of what we are intending to do through this white paper and also the decadal plan is having identified the core of the South African economy. Historically, we know that mining, manufacturing, and agriculture have been, and they continue to be, the mainstay of our economy. However, it was very clear that we need to actually modernize this aspect of work. And what we are presenting today is what are we doing through science and technology to look at modernization. Now, modernization has got a couple of legs on it, pretty much like an octopus. We're looking at, for example, how you can get the best and most efficient way of mining. So getting the most out of the ore, doing it in a much more responsible way. For example, making sure that you don't actually just go and leave the whole acre of space open when you're looking for very small minerals. So aspects of precision is very important in modernization. Then there is also an aspect of manufacturing and machinery that comes with it. And that will also be covered in the whole thing. And again, this is being done a couple of years back. Some of you may recall that there was a number of pakisas that was done. One of them was in the area of mining. And the issue was about how do we modernize mining and also make sure that the mining equipment manufacturing sector is actually vibrant. So we have established the South African Mineral Extraction Research Development and Innovation program, as the Minister has said, mainly to be the strategy that is going to enable us to achieve what we're trying to achieve. And having done that, some of you are now aware of the Mandela Mining Precinct, which is where a whole lot of work is happening. The work is being done in what we call the hub and spoke approach. So basically, you've got a central core, which is the Mandela Mining Precinct, that holds everything together. And in that, you've got the collaboration with the academic sector, you've got academic, industry collaborations. You also have a number of the science councils. So while this is actually mainly being done through the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, the entities and the government councils that are involved are more than just what the councils that report to the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, which is why you're going to see the role that MINTEC plays, Council for Geoscience, and so forth. So this is also been enabled through the CSIR, who in their own strategy, they've got the mining cluster as one of the pillars. And now, historically, we know that the CSIR has been quite involved. When South Africa started to do what we call the deep mining in the late 90s, early 2000s, where we actually were leading the world in terms of deep mining initiatives, all of which were anchored in science, technology, and innovation. The CSIR was actually one of the three pillars of that. It was the CSIR, it was government through the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, Science and Technology, and also the mining houses. So we actually are building on top of those capabilities to make sure that we continue to work towards the modernization of the sector. Now, having done what we are doing in terms of supporting mining, we have already also identified areas of beneficiations on which we are doing some work on. And the areas of beneficiation that have been identified is on what we call the Africa's clean oil. And this is really looking at what is currently enabling the greening of economies worldwide. Whether you talk about in the area of mobility, in the area of electricity generation, And this is the issue of what we call the energy storage or the batteries. And the work that we're doing is having identified the capabilities that we have in various of our institutions, looking at what does it mean to actually move from mining to starting the process of beneficiation, and what, in terms of just production and the cost and the money that you get. So you can basically move from $100 per ton to $2,000 per ton by just moving one step in terms of beneficiation. And we have done that kind of modeling, not only in terms of battery storage, but also in the area of platinum mining. So this aspect of African oil, we're looking at, for example, at when we talk about the energy storage, where are most of the minerals in the world that are responsible for that? And you can see that the map is showing basically Africa, and most of them actually in our own region, which is the SADC. And we have done this map to indicate which of those minerals are actually available in which of the countries. So which then means that this is going to be one of those enabling factor in terms of our economic growth. And obviously that will include a lot of collaboration, which is a core of what we're doing through the decadal plan, building collaboration both locally and internationally. So in terms of how this is actually coordinated within our institutions in South Africa, we've got a number of universities that are involved and a number of science councils. You can see we're looking from the area of material characterization to electrode fabrication, electrochemistry, manufacturing the actual cell packs, and then also reclaiming and recycling, which is also being done, for example, with the likes of Mintech. So this is really just a slide I summarize as I'm going to be handing over, is we are moving in the innovation value chain from the left to the right, looking at the aspects of lithium ion chemistry. And here we've got the University of Limpopo and the CSIR, where we look, for example, at how do you model to make sure that you get the best battery in terms of longevity, in terms of the speed of charging and so forth. And then we move into the battery fluorination, which then will also bring the likes even of Nexa on board. Then we've got work that is happening in the area of battery assembly. So how do you actually ultimately make the whole battery? And lastly, the aspect of charging, the aspect of actually doing the testing, and also moving into manufacturing even of uninterrupted power supplies, power modules. So this is really just the work that we're doing in terms of beneficiation that is already underway. You go to some of the institutions, the CSIR, UWC, you start seeing this manufacturing of the battery packs happening. And you go to Nelson Mandela University where they are doing the testing of these batteries. So this is really just what we have done so far in terms of achievements. Still early days, but there are already things to write home about. For example, in terms of the training of graduates, scientific publications, patents, the power modules in terms of ranging from 3 kilowatt to 5 kilowatt. Some of them already being utilized and tested. And then the manufacturing of various pouch cells, we look at the work that is happening at the CSIR. So that's basically what I'm going to be ending on in terms of what is happening and who is doing what. So this slide just again pulls it together in terms of the institutions that are involved in the aspect of beneficiation and how far we have gone, ranging from moving from University of Limpopo up till the work that is being done from at the Mintech, including recycling, because at the end of life, we also need to find a way of reclaiming some of these minerals where it is possible, or making sure that they are disposed in a environmental friendly manner. So I'm going to be handing over to the Minerals Council to proceed with the presentation.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Co-Chair and Honourable Members. I'm Julie Courtnidge, the Executive Director of the Mandela Mining Precinct. And I'd like to contextualize what I'm about to say, is that while we are in place to support mining modernization, we recognize that modernization is not a destination, it's a journey. And that is a tension we live with, because as soon as a mine is modernized, a new innovation comes along and we can do it better. So for me, this is a journey that the MMP will be on with the sector and yourselves for a long time. The other thing I would like to highlight is that the MMP was put in place to focus on the extraction portion of mining. And so that is where our RDI focus is, although we collaborate extensively with, on the one side, MINTEC, which I'll talk about later, and the Council for Geosciences. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I think that the Minister and the Deputy Director General has contextualized enough about the mining sector, but just to stress that we arose out of the mining pakisa, that was in 2015, along with the Mining Equipment Manufacturers of South Africa, MEMSA, to whom I will talk briefly. And I remain conscious of time and will do my best just to highlight key points from each slide. I think the most important one is the depletion of easily accessible resources, because accessing resources is, of course, the core mandate for the Mandela Mining Precinct. Our mandate is different from many other research, development and innovation institutions, is that we don't do the research ourselves. We do it through deep collaboration and cooperation across the national system of innovation, including universities, science councils, private research institutions, institutions such as the Minerals Council, the CSIR. So we coordinate and facilitate with a very small team of experts to make sure that we look at both technology in the industry, as well as the building of capacity in the national system of innovation, and the capability and capacity of the local mining supply chain through our relationship with MEMSA. I would like to also give a word of thanks to our co-funders, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation and the Minerals Council South Africa. The MMP is not a juristic entity, so we have employees via the CSIR who are seconded to us, and employees via the Minerals Council who are seconded to us. And we run dual governance processes depending on whether we are utilizing private industry funds or government funds to make sure that we are fair and transparent in our allocation of RDI. Some of our strategic objections are really to rebuild and reposition the industry, as the Minister said, and to really allow the industry to work closer with supply chain, with academia, and with developers, and with implementers. And the real opportunity is to create South African innovations that are meaningful for South African application, and not necessarily to look at importing technology all the time. And we are essentially, as mentioned, a public-private partnership, and we want to optimize mining extraction activities. I think it is also vital to highlight that we not only take a technologically instrumental point of view for our RDI, but also a systems level view, in that one cannot adopt technology in the absence of bringing people along. And also, we need the business systems and the organizational systems ready to adopt that technology. So MMP was formed with these 5 core research programs: longevity of current mines, which is focused on getting the most out of what we already have; mechanized mining systems, which looks a lot at particularly safety, removing people from harm; advanced ore body knowledge, which has a lovely strapline called glass rock. So in what way can we see through the face to anticipate problems, as well as to see where the ore body is more accurately? Our real-time information management systems is where our digital focus and things such as AI falls, and then our successful application of technology centered around people, because people are literally at the heart of everything we do at the MMP. The test mine was in place for 3 years, and I will talk a little bit more about that later to share our journey on creating and recreating the test mine. In addition to our core research programs, we see our growth, and I will talk to our strategy in a minute, being in the strategic initiatives, those integrated efforts where a lot of people working together can solve the greater sector-wide problems. And there are 3 strategic initiatives at the minute. My colleague, Ms. Nsulenkwe, will talk a lot about the critical minerals study and the competitiveness study. The South Africa Circular Minerals and Metals Initiative is brand new, it's only a year old, but I'm delighted to say that the findings from the first phase, which have not yet been published, they're currently under review, indicate a very vital linkage between the circular economy and critical minerals to protect our resource assets, as well as massive opportunities for job creation and socio-economic development. We are just finishing phase 1, which will be a sub-strategy for circularity. In the sector-wide initiatives, again, my colleague will talk about that. We are working in partnership with the National Cleaner Production Centre, the European Union and UNIDO, and I understand that the Minister approved the Green Hydrogen Project last November, and we are waiting for the UNIDO machine to work so that we can get working and collaborating on that to see where we can support RDI. Our journey, I will just mention 2 highlights. I think we were officially launched in 2018, and we celebrated our 5-year anniversary in 2023, and thank you for everybody's support on that. I'm very excited to say that on the 30th of October last year, we had a new strategy approved, which takes us a major step forward in supporting the industry. The key strategic shifts around modernization from 2025 to 2030, I'll just highlight the 3 main ones. We are taking this year as a year of modernizing the Mandela Mining Precinct ourselves, in that we have grown, we need to grow further, and that doesn't mean we have to spend money. We need to become more agile. We need to become smarter in the way we do things. And one of the biggest focus areas is better communication of our work, because without communication and collaboration, innovation is impossible. So we are moving from a reactive approach to RDI to a future focus. We got a very clear message from industry in our engagements last year that we need to be looking 10 years down the line to say, what does the mining industry need, and position our research to answer that question as those issues evolve. We are also looking at moving to more holistic portfolios of research, not only the narrow research programs that were defined. And then moving from our initial focus on narrow reef hard rock to looking at applications that may be applicable across all of industry, because some of our breakthroughs have been applicable across the whole sector. We have many stakeholders, and I cannot begin to do justice to it right now, but to highlight, for example, as the Minister said, we in 2023 met with the South African Mining in Youth Association, SAMIA, and we now include them in all of our SATCAP programs to try and assist. Our collaborators include MINTEC, the Mining Qualifications Authority. We recently, just last week, signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the Mine Health and Safety Council. Coltech has just approved another Memorandum of Understanding, which we will be signing. And the Human Sciences Research Council is also busy considering a Memorandum of Understanding. We are also striving to build capacity in historically disadvantaged education institutions through our Samudi research centres at 4 key universities. So we are trying to support capacity in the broader sector, not only in our own organisation. I think there's 2 real, just a few highlights, is that our governance is complex and we're working on it constantly. But we currently have the Samudi Steering Committee EXCO, our technical steering committees, and our MANCO. We did have a test mine where most of our research was done. That was hosted first by Bafokeng Platinum, and then Royal Bafokeng, sorry, and then Impala Bafokeng. This became unsustainable for a single organization to fund, and so we are looking for over the next 2 years to hold engagements with all stakeholders to test the value of an African test mine, because there are only 2 genuine test mines in the whole world, one in Canada and one in Australia. And we have a vision for Africa's test mine. It will save literally millions of rand. It will provide cohesive processes for technology testing, and it will also allow for focused innovation. And we are very proud of our engagements with organised labour, where in 2022 or 3 we signed a formal memorandum of understanding, and we engaged twice with the Organised Labour Consultative Forum. In the first engagement, they give inputs into what they believe we should be doing for the year, and in the final session we report back on progress. And they caucus before they meet with us. And so it really is a breakthrough for us to get that level of input. I would just like to skim through, because there is just so much. Our outputs for the 2024-25 financial year include 5 tools. This is definitions as defined by the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. Tools, knowledge and technology packages or frameworks. We developed 5, including, for example, the Digital Workplace Risk Assessment. As you may or may not know, many of these risk assessments underground are paper-based. We have now developed in partnership a digital tool that can process risk assessments immediately, and so we're getting real-time feedback underground, which is obviously imperative for safety. There is a roadmap that's been developed for smart wearable adoption for occupational health and safety. We developed 10 technology demonstrators. I will just highlight, for example, the Stratify Seeker prototype, which is a TRL7. Our fundamental focus is technology readiness level 3 to 7, but we partner with commercialization and implementation entities and private companies to take it to adoption level. We also, for example, are estimating the wheel surface traction of mining vehicles in real time. So as we go deeper and deeper, obviously there are safety and productivity concerns. So by developing a digital twin, we can estimate the viability of automation deep underground to see at what angle these machines can operate. We developed 15 papers and publications last year and 8 guidelines. The guidelines I would like to highlight are particularly our successful application of technology centered around people, where this is being adopted quite deeply and widely within the sector, because it brings in the human aspect of technology adoption, including a deep focus on change. And so we look from executive management level to worker level to community level to government level to say, how do we implement technology as a change process? How do we implement systems as a change process? And then we also developed a particular piece of training material, and that, honourable members, is just last year, from a team of 7 technical experts, 3 project administrators, and 8 interns with 3 support staff. I am incredibly proud to be part of this organisation. Human capital development is extremely important, and we focus on both professional and personal development. We involve at a broader level postgraduates in our projects, anybody who is available to just support with some of our core RDI. We also have the Samudi Research Centres at 4 universities, so SATCAP and ARTEMS are with Wits University, Advanced Ore Body Knowledge is with the University of the Free State, and Mechanised Mining Systems is with the University of Pretoria. And through them, we actually, I should say, beg your pardon, Minister, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation funds these students in terms of bursaries and grants to do research that is complementary to ours, because we focus on applied research, whereas the students can focus on the blue sky. But we do coordinate very deeply with them. So, for example, this year, there were too many projects that the industry wanted with our real-time information management systems program. And so we took the overflow and gave that to the Samudi research centers, and their students will now be studying those particular topics to take them forward. I'm also very proud that our own staff continue with their development. So our one program manager achieved his master's degree. He is in his 50s, and he's been doing it for a long time, and he achieved it. I am especially proud of our one young intern, Sibuyele Mkondweni, and she achieved her master's while studying full-time this year. And our science communications manager, Ms. Diosop, who achieved her second master's, fully supported by the DSTI's funding. And so we have had remarkable development. These are the numbers of students supported by the Samudi Research Centres. So in total, we have only been funding since 2022, and we have funded 30 students to date, with I think 5 or 7 graduations. Some of them are a little bit confusing because their master's degrees require an honours degree first, and so that is counted. There are many examples here, honourable members, and I won't go into it in detail, but if you have this pack, you can click on the hyperlink here that will take you to the technologies, the guidelines, the training materials that we have developed. And I would like to highlight that we are focusing, as I said, this year on improving this communication. Our new website will be launched at the end of June, and you will be able to click through into any technology to find what it is, where it is, and how you can access it. So that's the first thing we're doing. The second thing is improving what we call the No More portal. And we are developing a RDI library that will take everything that has been done since 2016 and collate it into a single source. And then we have a great dream of developing what we're calling the Mining Innovation Data Hub by 2030. Because RDI is quite opaque sometimes, and we don't necessarily know what's happening where. And obviously a lot of this is competitive, has IP, but we are a pre-competitive research entity. And so we want to share as much RDI information as possible to ensure money well spent and no duplication. So these are, again, just some of the technologies that you can find if you use these hyperlinks. I would like to spend 2 minutes sharing information about our sister organization, the Mining Equipment Manufacturers of South Africa, MEMSA. The interim CEO is Ms. Juliana Makapan, and MEMSA and MMP were born out of the Pakisa, and the MMP has supported MEMSA since inception to get itself organized as a separate entity, and one of the key elements in which we supported them was the mining TARA. So MEMSA's members are all local mining equipment manufacturers. And the mining TARA is what we like to call the yellow pages for localized mining equipment manufacturing. And they are now taking on that responsibility fully and will be running entirely independently, or are running entirely independently as of the 30th of March 2025. We remain very close to MEMSA and support them in many ways, including workshops, sharing what we're doing, asking for their inputs on what we're doing so that we deliver value to the entire supply chain. They've been very involved in, for example, longevity of current mines, mechanized mining systems, AOK, in all of our programs. They are also working with the Minerals Council and with our universities. They also play an advocacy role, unlike ourselves who are focused on RDI, and they are looking at, for example, the Steel Master Plan, the Mercita Metals Chamber, and they are providing a lot of information, including 4IR skills-related needs, as we are in our collaboration with the Mining Qualifications Authority, where we are partnering with them on a particular skills project this year. MEMSA also focuses on market access. They do give industry awards for innovation in local entities, and obviously play a networking role. Honourable members, that is my presentation. Thank you very much. Honourable Chair and Co-Chair, I'd like to hand over to my CSIR colleague. Thank you.
Good morning, honourable members, Chairperson. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I stand before you having been a beneficiary of the mining industry, as our honourable minister has mentioned. So I started my professional in training career in 2004 as a professional in training engineer at Session Mine. So it's really a privilege for me to be here. The CSIR is strategically positioned to support the R&D ecosystem in South Africa. And we are a research partner, as Ms. Julie has already mentioned, and we support applied research. If you look at the graph over there, we are in collaboration with universities where we drive applied research through to implementation. And this is important for us to carve out competitive advantage for the mining industry and ensuring that we drive safety, improvement in efficiencies and productivity to drive down costs for mining industry in South Africa, including maximizing resource utilization. The mining industry, similar to other industries, is currently evolving and going through a transformation where there is a need for us to move towards cleaner energy and in support of the Paris Agreement. And we see as mining companies such as Fortescue, which is the fourth largest mining producer of iron ore in the world, where they are now electrifying their haulage. So they've invested over $2 billion to convert the 2/3 of their mining vehicles into electric vehicles. So really a testament of how mining is driving not just digital transformation, but also clean energy globally. We're also having a digital transformation being one of the pillars of mining. And I think we've seen not just global, but South African companies also leading in digital transformation. I had the privilege of leading the digital transformation at Kumba and having observed the automation of the first drill in Session back in 2014, I can say that we've seen how digital transformation has really driven safety, where we were able to, from more than 20 kilometers, maneuver a drill from a fully autonomous command center, and having been that, being able to then drive productivity and efficiencies for mining. And this, without a say, also requires that we have a people-centered approach where the workforce need to be reskilled and upskilled. So in 2020, having joined the CSIR, we then embarked on a journey for us to engage the industry and really develop a fit-for-purpose roadmap that had extensive stakeholder engagements with various stakeholders, including mining industry CEOs, including government and original equipment manufacturers across the globe. And I am proud to say that following the innovation and strategy roadmap that was developed, there was a quote by the Minerals Council just to say that it is courageous for the CSIR to develop such a strategy in the context of, well, all players have invested insufficiently in our national mining R&D and innovation ecosystem over the past 30 years. So the CSIR is carving out competitive advantage, Minister, through driving innovation. Now, where does the CSIR play across the mining value chain? We mainly focus on mining extraction, as you can see with the first block there, mining extraction, development of mining extraction, and ensuring that we have responsible mining. We also have a primary focus in the minerals development, where we focus on primary processing, and we have capabilities in nanomaterials and alloys. And lastly, our primary focus is also on waste and post-mining development, and this we demonstrate through capabilities that drive research, such as looking at and processing of acid mine drainage treatment. Our strategy focuses on three key pillars. That the first pillar is on mine digitization and automation, and with that we have developed some of key solutions that over a period of 24 months we've brought to play a decision-making tool that is key to supporting the Chapter 8 regulation of the Mine Health Safety Act. We also support mineral extraction mining companies through our competitive mining testing and training facilities and capabilities, and where we also have led the development of rock engineering solutions, and I'll discuss that in later details. The third pillar also focuses on sustainable mining development, where one of the key strategic projects that we've done is global competitiveness of critical minerals, and really looking at carving out those key innovations that will support competitive mining and responsible mining in South Africa. So as mentioned, honorable members, that we support key 5 business objectives of mining. And starting with zero harm, it's important that we drive the solutions that will support safer mines. We also look at innovations that support profitability through improved efficiencies and productivity. And the fourth pillar is our business objective is we support environmentally and sustainable mining solutions. And lastly, ensuring that we future-proof mining through developing relevant and niche capabilities. Those are some of the examples across the CSIR where we demonstrate how we have partnered with industry and with various stakeholders in delivering solutions. Just across the globe, these are some of the partnerships, strategic partnerships, where we foster these strategic partnerships to ensure that we drive not just innovation for South Africa, but we drive innovation for mining globally. Just to give an example, we're currently developing a solution with a Turkish supplier and with an Estonian supplier, where this is a underground localized position system that will ensure that we have a GPS underground, knowing where to locate, where to locate different equipments, different support pillars, and locating people underground. Very exciting. We're also involved with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We had our group executive having discussions with the Deputy Vice President of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, really talking about South Africa. Given our history of mining, we are looking together with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, looking at hosting a center of excellence for mining innovation in South Africa, particularly focusing on skills development. So very exciting partnerships. And also not forgetting regionally, I recently visited Zambia the National Institute of Science Innovation there with Dr. Kambafule, really looking at strategic partnerships for us to collaborate regionally and ensure that we drive innovation. The CSIR mining cluster has a key drive to drive innovation in mining, and the relevance of our capabilities in mining just demonstrates how we partner with the industry. So 20% of our funding, Minister, comes from our parliamentary grant, and 80% of the total income that we get, we drive contract R&D, not just for the private sector, but also to support capable state. So I am proud to say that for the past financial year, we managed to deliver 59% of our total income has been from private sector and from international companies. We drive collaboration with the likes of the CGS, Council for Geosciences, Mintech, and Coltech, and others across the value chain. So just to talk about our capabilities, which includes the skills that we have, the infrastructure that we have, and the processes that we innovate. So as honorable members can see, that we have key strategic infrastructure that we have inherited given our rich history of mining, where we conduct annual testing, performance testing for self-rescue devices. And these devices are very important as they provide oxygen underground for miners. And the transportation, so we also test mine winder ropes that provide key transport, basically you can say a vehicle, because these hold the shafts as they're going down. So these mine winder ropes, we test their performance at the CSIR. We also conduct training, and I will just show some of the key strategic projects that we have delivered. So what we've also, just to demonstrate how we translate industrial solutions, how we translate science into industrial solutions, you'll see that we have a partnership with Dizega, which is a Turkish company, also a local company called Afrox, where we develop new innovations. For those that have been underground, you will know that you must take a self-rescue pack with you. So this is a device that you will put on your waist, and it weighs over 2-3 kilograms. So you can imagine, as for women in mining, going underground with over 5 kilos of not just your lamp, but your self-rescuers and the rest, we are looking at having a compact a device that will ensure that we have women in mining. Just to drive our strategic projects, given the time, you'll see, honorable members, that the 5 programs that Julie has spoken about, this is where the CSIR supports the 5 projects and the key strategic initiatives. With the critical minerals, which we are hoping to come and give more presentation on the 10th, this is a research program that we're really excited about and to provide some of the insights on. The TMM Digital Twin, that really supports the Chapter 8 regulation as mentioned, and this is able to basically provide a real-time tracking of vehicles and be in a position to then have a tracking of risk. We are pleased to say that we have commercialized the solution with a local partner called Baisa. For rock engineering support, this is just an example of a digital tool that we've developed. We've also, using the testing facilities that we have tested groundbreaking testing for lithium batteries, as I've mentioned that many companies are going green. I will just stop the honorable members. This is just to give you an example of, the work that we're doing. Thank you.
So, Minister, this just a few minutes for the Minerals Council, and then we'll hand over.
Thank you very much, Chairpersons, honourable members, good morning. Just a few perspectives from our side. Firstly, we are very proud to be part of this Mandela Mining Precinct. I think this is a living example of how partners can work together in the national interest, where you have government aligning with industry as well as with research institutions that with one common goal, and that is to modernize the mining sector and make sure that it is globally competitive, that it's socially responsible and also technologically advanced. As the private sector, we have not only contributed to the funding of this initiative, but we also provided strategic input and also input and provided our operations as test beds for the innovation. This is not a tick box type of partnership. It's an active and intentional collaboration to solve some of the real challenges that we have in the mining industry. Through this partnership, we've seen advances already. Some of the examples that have been mentioned, advances in mining methods, data interoperability platforms, and also health and safety innovations that are being piloted or adopted by member companies. The work of the Mandela Mining Precinct directly supports South Africa's goals on critical minerals. I think we are preparing the sector for a future where minerals like PGMs, manganese, vanadium and others are central to green and digital economies, not only in South Africa but also in the world. For the precinct to realize its full potential, we need ongoing commitment from all sides. This includes adequate and stable public funding. Through the initiatives like the Mandela Mining Precinct, mining is no longer only about extraction. It is about leveraging knowledge, technology and talent to build an industry that contributes to the socio-economic development of our country and employment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, co-chairpersons and honorable members. There's our presentation, a bit long, some of it very technical, but nevertheless we thought that it was important to take you through this. Maybe just one last thing on my side. I noticed that University of Limpopo doesn't feature here. And yet it's one university in the country actually that is at the heart of the mining industry and some of our precious metals. I think it's going to be very important, Chair, if I may just say that before I hand over back to you, co-chairpersons, that we do develop some capacity deliberately at the University of Limpopo for some aspects of research into mining, including training, scholarships, and so on, because it will be part of also supporting our strategy to develop historically disadvantaged institutions. And Limpopo is very well placed geographically. Are you doing some work on it? Okay, that's fine. I just thought I needed to add that. But we are done on that. You will come in then and explain that. Thank you very much. Maybe you want to, Chair, we'll co-chairs with your permission. You want to say something, Dr. Maserumulu?
Honourable Minister, I was saying the University of Limpopo is on that slide, on the back slide. Very cheap.
Okay. All right, that's fine. we can discuss that later. That's okay. Thank you, Chair, Co-Chairpersons and honourable members. That's our presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister and your team, and DM. I thought I had University of Limpopo many a times. So, yeah. Honorable members, that's the presentation. I am going to take hands of honorable members who want to pose a question or make a point or discuss. Can I see hands? I will try by all means to get your names right. Honorable Njadu. Do I see Honorable Mkuno? Honorable Ramungalo? Honorable Tembekwayo? Honorable Zondi? Honorable Mhlongo? Honorable Chabeling? I don't want to say Honorable Nkosi? Honorable Mfugeng? Silepe? Honorable Ntangwini? Zungula? Hassan? And Honorable Senne. In that line. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to allow each member to ask a question, follow-up question until they are done. I will give them 5 minutes and you have your 5 minutes to respond. Do you understand, Minister? So, both of you, the questioner and the responder, you share that 10 minutes. Yeah. After 10 minutes, whether you still have questions or you have not responded, I will stop and we'll move forward. But I'm not going to allow rowdiness when interrogating or interacting with the questions. So that mutual respect, they know in the minerals, we Honorable Chabeling, we are not going to perform. Live or not live, we're not going to perform. We're not going to perform. So it will help honorable members to indicate who are you directing the question to so that they quickly know how to respond. Honorable Mjadu? Okay, before that, Honorable Nkosi?
I just wanted to check, what if you have different questions about
Yeah, that's why I'm saying where possible, but they will know who is responsible for which question. But I'm just saying it will help to say this question is going to the minister, that one is going to Minerals Council. That one, if you have it that way. But any question, I think they will know who must respond. Honorable Mjadu?
Thank you very much, Chair. In this committee, we used to take 30 minutes each member. I'm lucky because Honorable Manzoni is not in. She's not in today. And Honorable Zondo, they told me that I must take their time. I just want to welcome the presentation, Chair. I think the summit strategy was launched with regard promises to modernize mining. Yet funding allocations from DSTI have been erratic and insufficient. For example, in the slide 2019 to 2020, by 21 million, 22 to 20, year 2022 to 23, 151 million peak. 2025 and 26, it reduced to 58 million. And the question is, why has funding fluctuated so drastically, and how does this align with the agent's claim in the mining Pakisa? Can the minister provide audited report providing that this funding directly translated into tangible outcome, for example, local manufacturing jobs, mine modernization, etc. Given the decline in funding, is the government effectively abandoned summit original goals? Because you know, Minister, we used to ask a report all the time, but we didn't receive even one report from your department. And another question, the presentation boasts about innovations like ECDing or drill and TMM digital twins, but fails to demonstrate. My question is, I will go straight to my question, Chair, for the sake of time. How many mines have been fully implemented? SATCAP's guidelines or RTIMS system? Can you provide a list, if you have a list? What percentage of mining equipment used in South Africa is still imported despite Summit's local manufacturing objectives? Why has the test mine Maseve shaft collapsed due to sufficient unsustainability? Who is accountable for this failure? And how many South African-owned mining equipment manufactured exist today compared to 2018? And another question, what is the total value of mining equipment imports versus local produced equipment since Summit's launch? And I want to know, Minister, how many jobs have been created in local manufacturing, and where are the audited employment figures, if you do have? And I will rush to other question. I'll go to CSIR claim. On your report, it shows that 51 publications and 19 MSc graduate, but there's no evidence working outside mining. What percentage of DSTI mining R&D budget is allocated to skill development versus administrative overhead? Why are TVET trainees not being absorbed into mines? Name the companies refusing to hire them, if you do have that list there, Honorable Minister. And then the government pushes automations while ignoring the social crisis of job losses. Honorable Minister, I want to know how many jobs have been lost due to mechanism since 2018, and what migrations plans exist? What is the government response to organized labor consent about people-centered modernization being faced? And the last question, where is the just transition framework for mine workers displayed by Summit's technologies?
Thank you.
I've got those few questions, but other questions I will send it maybe to your offices. I thank you, Chair, but I left with few questions. Can I continue them?
No, you can. The danger is that they may not have time to respond, because at 10 I stop them.
Okay, let me end there, Honorable Chair.
Yeah.
I will send these questions through to your office, Minister. Thank you very much.
Minister and the team.
Well, Chair, I would like the officials to start because some of these questions are very technical that actually needs to be answered. Some others, by the way, are strictly speaking are questions that I think needs to be posed to higher education. Because there's some of that information we may not have readily available on our side. But maybe the Minerals Council can be able to answer some of these questions. For instance, the whole issue of the absorption of TVET graduates, it's an issue that we feel particularly strong about because mines do need these TVET college graduates. I'm aware that I may not have numbers, that some of the TVET graduates do get employed in the mining industry. And there are some skill centers that have been developed there that are training some artisans. I know Limpopo in particular, Northwest, those mining areas. But that it is enough, no, it is not enough. But I think that the details of those questions and absorption may actually be with the mining industry. Now, you raised something that you asked for something from my department and you never got a response. I couldn't hear what it was. I would like co-chairs to hear specifically. But let me ask the officials if they want to pick up on the more technical questions that require detail that ministers' offices normally do not have. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Minister. I'm just going to deal with the issue of funding, and then I'm going to hand over to Buan and then to the colleagues of the CSIR and the Mineral Council to deal with some of the questions. The issue around funding, of course, is that the period that the Honourable Member referred to, where there was a lot of budget fluctuation, also coincided with the period post-COVID where the budgets were actually being cut. And obviously we have to provide into R&D activities, whatever we have. So the program has been affected with a whole range of cuts that were initiated during the period. And as far as it is possible, when we've got resources, we are able to provide those. I also want to add on the point that the Minister raised around the issue of TVET graduates. This program does provide skills, especially for some of the graduates who might be needing training in order to get their qualifications from TVET, who then are absorbed either as part of the various internship programs, but to get them skilled so that after that they can get their qualifications and go and get their jobs. And I think in terms of whether they are employed or not, of course, then that becomes something that is an industry challenge and not necessarily what the department can
Thank you very much.
provide.
You see the danger that I was talking about. So you are 13 people who are asking for 10 minutes. That's 2 hours, and we don't have 2 hours. So may I request that, through you, Chair, that those responses probably be written to him. Let's proceed to the next member to ask questions. Honorable Mkun.
Person, and appreciate the presentation, giving insight to all us, to us as members. Honorable Chairperson, my first question is, how is the program ensuring that environmental and social impacts are integrated into technological development and deployment? My second question is, what strategies are implemented to ensure the capacity of research institutions and industry players to scale and commercialize innovations? The third one, how are global trends such as digital transformation and green mining incorporated into the national RDI strategy to ensure competitiveness? The last one, Chair, it's whilst appreciating the developing technology by all the role players, my question is there a process towards mining technology production that is geared towards beneficiating the products that are mined within the country. There is when you mine gold, have you established equipment or mechanisms or machines that are going to be ready when we talk about processing locally mined products before even we export them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The team.
Thank you, honourable members. I'll respond to a couple of those. In terms of environment, social and governance, all of our programs have that as a component of, be it technology development, human change, or systems change. So we work exclusively within an ESG framework. And in fact, in the proposals that our collaborators submit, they have to say, what is the anticipated environmental, social and governance impact of their particular research project? So that's the one thing. How do we sustain and implement solutions? If I can just share, research, development and innovation typically takes 3 to 4 years to get a result and another 3 to 4 years to implement through a commercialization process. So it is a long process. It isn't a consulting answer. And it's a challenge that we are facing head on, hence our plans to form this data hub so that we know who's doing what where. But currently, we partner with specific commercialization entities. And for example, on the trackless mobile machinery digital twin, and as well as one of our current projects, we have the backing of Two Rivers Mine, of Harmony, and of Sibanye Stillwater. So we partner with mines. In terms of the global trends influence, the global trends are exactly what influenced certainly the MMP strategy that we had approved last year. And the top, of course, the top 5 global trends are all environmental and social issues. And so we built that in, and we anticipate that the one portfolio will be what we call the digital and circular economy portfolio, and that will look particularly at environmental and social issues within the ambit of mining extraction. I cannot answer on the beneficiation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Member. With regards to the implementation of these digitally enabled solutions, we have not just demonstrated the solution at a mine in Limpopo. It's a coal mine where we've demonstrated the solution. We've also gone and partnered with a local entity to actually take the solution to the mining industry. And what this does is, because this is an SMME, it gives them competitive advantage over global technology suppliers for them to then provide the solution. As you know, that it is now a legislative requirement for mines to actually have a risk assessment, and this provides them a real-time a digital tool. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. I just want to pick up on the issue of the beneficiation. So the Mandela Mining Precinct is focusing on that particular part of the value chain that deals with the extraction of the minerals from the ground in the most cost competitive and also safety and health way. So when it comes to the beneficiation, an important player there is Mintech. And I just wanted to mention that from Minerals Council side, we are currently busy developing a memorandum of understanding with Mintech specifically for this reason. We want to also partner with them and to make sure that we're able to address the beneficiation of the minerals as well. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks very much. Just another addition on the beneficiation aspect. The slide that I've shown about the new African oil. It's about the beneficiation of minerals for battery manufacturing. And that's looking, for example, at moving from just extracting manganese and other related minerals to start working on batteries. And I've indicated what has been done up to some of the battery modules that you can see having been developed, either from the CSIR, from the University of the Western Cape. So there is work already in the beneficiation space.
Thank you. Nicely done in 8 minutes. Honorable, who is next? Ramngalo?
Thank you, Chair. I will also try to be as quick as I can, but I greet all colleagues and I welcome the presentation by the department. I think it is highly important that we foster these interdepartmental relations of, government entities, especially, because they are not so far apart in terms of, their policy framework alignment. And, my first question is, we as a department have interacted a lot with CSIR. And, I, for one, have always just, marveled at the extensive research capabilities and things like technological innovation that the entity has presented to our committee. And, I've always just liked how they play a critical role in advancing things like scientific research to promote especially economic growth. And, in the collective collaboration that you speak of in your presentation, I understand that, the Department of STI and the Department of Mineral Resources are going to play a crucial role in formulating policy frameworks, and CSIR will do their extensive research. So what I would really like to know is, what are the real challenges that you've encountered in this collaboration? What are the things that you would like us to know? And to emphasize, and advocate for in Parliament to ensure that you effectively do your due diligence in this project. Are you satisfied with the allocated resources, for example, to action the project effectively, or do you need more cash injection? What would you like us to, as a committee, to advocate for specifically? And also, are you, in terms of policy, are you happy with, government policy in its current manifestation? Or is there more that you feel can be done to support advancement in mineral beneficiation and innovation? Would you say that there are regulatory challenges that need policy reform to support innovation? And as you have stated in your presentation that you are a public-private partnership focused. So I would like to know, what strategies do you have to get the private sector involved as stakeholders, and have those yielded any benefit to ensuring that this project runs effectively? And I heard you say from the private sector that you are coming, you've played a role in contributing to the sector. So, but I would like to know how, partnerships in the mining companies have facilitated things like technology transfer and, commercialization and, things like broad-based inclusion. And in essence, I want to know if there's an approach to be more equitable, that also sees people at grassroots level benefit from this. And, it goes without saying that, the mining sector plays a huge role in contributing to the country's economy, as the Honorable Minister stated in his opening remarks. So how can collaborating on the Mandela Mining Precinct yield any new technologies and processes that lead to things like enhancing productivity and competitiveness? I think the point in government and, in what we do is to create jobs, for the people who need it most. And so I want to know, in terms of increased investment and, the diversification of economy, how will these initiatives benefit local communities and contribute to the overall national economy? And in your response, please touch on the current conditions of the sector, and the scope of work undertaken by Samedi strategy. Do you have the projected outcomes or impacts for the 2030 in relation to the following: contribution to the GDP, as I've mentioned, local manufacturing capabilities, things like skills development, modernization as it relates to automation and, mechanization. And, for the sake of time, I'm going to skip a couple of the questions because they've already been, spoken on by my colleagues. But I think we all know that government has undergone things like cross-cutting measures across all departments. And, I think it's always plausible that we also try to assist when it comes to being savvy in our cost spending and always try to save. You've touched on it in your presentation when you talked about, not always having to be agile and, spending too much money. And so when it comes to mineral beneficiation, it's also just as important that, we focus on innovative technologies that really enhance mineral beneficiation. So I would like to know if you have conducted thorough research that speaks to, alternative materials to improve efficiency but also reduce costs. Lastly, which is another concern of mine, Chair, is that automation and mechanization are possibly changing the number and types of jobs that currently predominate the mining sector, as my fellow colleague has alluded to. But I'd also like to ask it differently and to ask if you have observed those changes around employment in the mining sector, and when skills are concerned, would you say that the sector is ready to adapt to increased automation and mechanization? And what are the current considerations around things like unemployment mitigation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The team, take what is directed to you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable Member. I'll do my best with some of them. So the real challenge in collaboration, I think, is the time that it takes, because and versus the expectations of delivery. At the same time, that is a tension with which we live, and we welcome it, and we do our best. In terms of strategies for private sector involvement, we are driven essentially by the industry. Our technical steering committees that guide the research programs comprise industry members. And we have champion minds who are involved in all of our research projects. And obviously our Minerals Council is on our exco as well, so plus the co-funding. So we have deep relationships with industry and are driven by their pain points. In terms of being more inclusive, that is the whole driver behind the successful application of technology centered around people guidelines. And the adoption of these has taken off, and I confess we do not have yet a monitoring system in place that can tell who's using what yet. That is the drive of the 2030 vision. But for example, the Isidingo drill that was mentioned earlier, I understand that approximately 570 drills have been sold into the industry since it was developed. And so also to stress that adoption is not just simply producing a technology and the mines are going to buy it. They have to be ready as an organization. They have to have a high level of maturity in terms of human readiness levels. They also have to have high levels of maturity in terms of business and organizational readiness levels, as well as system readiness levels. So we are working on developing guidelines around those as well to ensure that the industry can adopt. And also we need to take cognizance of things like capital investment timing. So we don't force anything on the industry. We produce it, we make it available, and then those who want to use it take it up. And we recognize it's an area, impact is the one area we need to measure better. And that's what we're focusing on. And the change guidelines do include community members in all of these processes. The types of jobs regarding automation. So as I said, we have an MOU with the Mining Qualifications Authority. It's brand new, and that is one very specific focus area where we are looking at what jobs are likely to be impacted by automation. But a lot of what we are initially seeing, and please do not quote me, is that it's not about a replacement of jobs. It's about improved working conditions, improved safety, and improved productivity. And around the whole concept of cobots, collaborative robots. And so it'll help people do their jobs better. It's not that no jobs will be lost to automation, and particularly, for example, the very deep mines, but that is a safety matter. We do not have the numbers yet, but we're working with the MQA to try and address that. I think that's mine. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Just to cover regarding some of the challenges that we're experiencing. So we're having very deep level mining operations that historically have infrastructure that is not aligned to modernizing it. For instance, having Wi-Fi connectivity underground is a challenge because of the way we've been mining, as opposed to, I think, when you look at other countries, such as Scandinavia, for instance. So what we're looking at is developing local solutions that will be cost effective, and therefore, having developed them, ensure that you've got the capability that can then maintain them. So the challenge.
Thank you very much. Honorable Zone. Is it Honorable Tembengwe? Yeah, continue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for this opportunity. I'm just going to go straight so that I don't waste my 5 minutes. There is a slide that was presented on the student supported by the SAMERDI. And that there's a problem there that I would like to have clarity. Comparing number of graduations to the number of students supported. Where under number of graduations, from 2022 we don't have any graduations for honors, masters, PhD, only 2 the following year and only 1 anticipated here. But when it comes to PhD, it's just stroke, and the number of students supported there, it's indicated. I just want to ask, are these students drawn from, when the presentation was done, there was a mention of 4 universities, but only VETS, Free State and UP was mentioned. The 4th one was not mentioned, but I think it's the Limpopo that was omitted, which was never mentioned really in the work that was done. Are they derived from those 4 universities, and why such small numbers of students that are supported? And secondly, if you have students that you are supporting and they don't complete their degrees, what is it that you do about such a problem? The following question is based on, I just would like to know, how would you create a balance for mineral extraction and supply chain RDI networks between industry, technology developers, academia, and science council to make it sustainable, rather than parallelism, meaning all programs just running parallel for the sake of doing the work in your department? And the other one, how will your precinct's technology demonstration and testing capabilities support the adoption of new technologies and industry? The last one is a very sensitive issue, and it needs your attention, and very much practical, because it's what happened in South Africa within the mining. I'm going to talk and ask on Lily mine workers that are still trapped. As from the 5th of February 2016 to date, vessels, the Zamazama workers that were trapped, but technology was derived immediately and they were helped out of the trapping. Throughout your presentations, especially the last 2 presenters, you were talking on excitement of the technology that is there, citing the technology that can be used to locate people, the technology that can be used to help people to get out of their trapped areas. You mentioned the GPS that can be used to locate people, and so on and so on, out of excitement. My problem is, yes, you have given us all these things that are there. What is your involvement in connection with the Lily mine? Because it's a mine and it belongs to you. And you have students that are doing research. Is there no way in which you could have developed a certain type of a research where a tool can be used to get them out of that mine? what is it that you are doing? Where is Ubuntu in your department? So I just need an update on this because it's directly related to you with this. You helped where, but this is something that is still outstanding for all South Africans that are still worried about the same problem, and all of us are concerned. Thank you.
Tim?
Sorry.
I don't know.
Can you allow me to?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I don't know whether Didijin Zimande, you would want to come in because I don't think the question is related to technology only, but a response on what's happening in Lily Mine is going to be important. Minister?
I exactly wanted to raise that, Co-Chair, that maybe the DMR is in a much better space to answer that question. Yeah.
Go ahead, Didijin Zimande.
Oh, there we go. Apologies, Chair. Morning to the honourable chairs, honourable members, honourable minister and colleagues. The issue specifically relating to Lily Mine has been quite a complex issue because it moved beyond just the incident itself, but to issues of legalities and licensing and the changing of hands of the entity and that operation. I do know that my colleagues Didijim Caesar and Didijim Maqhubela have been working on that specific site. I would not have the exact details as to how far they have gone in resolving the matter, but I do know for a fact that there were issues around the initial company being liquidated and change of hands in terms of ownership of that operation, but we would be happy to send a written response, detailed response to the committees later on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I'll respond to the graduates. So the first tranche of funding, and I must apologise, it's not for universities, it's for centres at 3 universities, my apologies. So WITS hosts the Successful Application of Technology Centred Around People and the Real-Time Information Management Systems. In terms of the number of graduates, the first tranche of funding was sent through in 2022. And the unfortunate thing is the funding comes up to 8 months after the beginning of the academic year. So although the funding started in 2022, the academic year only actually started 2023. And the initial funding was not for honours, it was only for masters, PhDs and postdoctorates. So what is not reflected there is 2 successful postdoctorate completions. Then in terms of the PhDs, I'm sure anybody here who's done any studying knows that a PhD does not only take 2 years. And so there are, I think, 4 that are close to graduating right now. And in terms of where they are drawn from, let me take a step back. And therefore, so that was at WITS. Then came the University of Pretoria with mechanised mining systems. They've graduated master's students. And then the last one to be funded was the advanced ore body knowledge at UFS. They have yet to, I think they have graduated 1 student. The students are not only drawn from those universities. The universities put out an open call for anybody to apply. Part of the contractual obligation is to either take a student from a historically disadvantaged institution and to involve a historically disadvantaged institution somewhere, either as a supervisor or as a student in the research that is being done in the Samudi research centres. And Minister, that is where the Limpopo is very actively involved with 2 of the universities. In terms of how do we make collaboration live, if I understood your question correctly, that is literally the role of the Mandela Mining Precinct. We are there to coordinate and facilitate, make sure it is active, include everybody that we can. We are not perfect, we do miss people, and we are forever growing our network to try and ensure this seamless and no duplication of effort. And then in terms of demo and testing and supporting adoption, as I said, we partner with specific mines. Obviously, we look at sharing what has been developed through the industry, but it is completely outside of our capacity and mandate to enforce any adoption. So it has to be, you know, at the as the driver by each company. I hope that that's clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary to the committee, I don't see the two secretaries. They must facilitate that written response from DMPR reaches Honorable Tembakwai. Mashudu, please make sure that that happens. Honorable Zondi.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to be very short. Chairperson, I think we've spoken about beneficiation, and I think it is a progressive thing to endeavor to have that. But I also think legislation also has to address not beneficiation for the sake of exporting this value-added product, but for also the sake of creating industry or industrialization within South Africa that can be able to take part in the different parts of the value chain when we look at the beneficiation of these different minerals that we have. So it is probably not the place of this committee to answer that, but it is something to look at if we do have enough industrialization to absorb the different parts of the value chain, since we are endeavoring to look at beneficiation. Then my second question, Chairperson, is with regards to the intellectual property from the Nelson Mandela Precinct. It is a private public partnership, and believe me, having been involved in scientific research and acting and dealing with private institutions, it does become an issue. How is that handled? Is there an issue where private partners would then want the full rights to any technology that is developed? The other one, Chairperson, is with regards to the MQA, and this one maybe is for CSIR. With regards to the MQA, they send out sort of questions to industry partners or people who are involved in the mining sector to say what skills are we lacking as a country and what projects can they have to address that particular deficit. But do you, in your own assessment, think that they adhere to the advice that they do get from stakeholders when curating the different projects that will be used in mining as an industry? And then with regards to Triple MP, the papers that you do release, how does one access those, the research papers that you do release? Because I did look for some in preparation of this meeting and I couldn't find them. And then, Chairperson, with regards to energy is key to the renaissance of South African mining and beneficiation. Does the research that CSIR and WMP conduct purposefully lean towards less energy-intensive mining technology development? Because we can develop all the technology we want, but if we don't have the energy to actually utilize that particular technology, then it doesn't serve us very much. And then my other question, Chairperson, is, and it does piggyback on the question about the Lily Mine disaster. If there's one thing I think we have done wrong as a country, is that we haven't really invested much in technology in terms of rescue if there are mining disasters. In South Africa, there's only one institution that deals with mining rescue. I believe it's the South African, it's the Mines Rescue Services South Africa. And for us who have a very long history of mining and a developed mining industry, we should have more rescue services. Does CSIR and Triple MP work with the mining rescue services South Africa in terms of developing technology? They are doing well, but they don't have enough funding to support the entire country because we do have many mining sites in the country. And the other one, Chairperson, is with regards to the DSTI's decadal plan, how is that monitored and how are adjustments done in real time? Because I do believe you do say it's a living document, which means that you have to be able to monitor its impact in real time and be able to adjust it where needed. The other one, Chairperson, is with regards to, now this one probably with Minister Mantashe would get me in trouble because he's not a fan of synthetic diamonds, but I happen to be a fan of synthetic diamonds. With regards to the production of synthetic diamonds, are we doing any research with regards to that? I think they're an excellent option if you want to, if you're looking for a cheap replacement, especially for research purposes. So are we doing any research with regards to that? Chairperson, I have just one last question. Okay, Chairperson, there has to be, I think as a country, we have all this research happening, but there isn't any linkage. We produce studies and different studies, but there isn't any linkage. Is there any plan to basically link this research and have one database that has research, especially on mining, but also other issues as well, but more especially on mining in South Africa? Because I was looking at some of the stats that are in the presentation. Some of them are not correct, but it depends where you look at where you take your particular stats. But if we had a standardized sort of data bank, it would be very easy to disseminate that information so that we are all, on the same page as a country with regards to that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Tim?
Sorry, Chair. No, I just want to be very brief. I think the question you are asking, the officials may come in to give more detail on the decadal plan. Just two things that I want to say in terms of how we monitor it. Firstly, I need to say the decadal plan is not just the plan of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. It's a government plan, much as we are leading and sponsoring it on science, technology and innovation. In the 6th administration, and we're going to be requesting the President to do the same, we'd establish an interministerial council, which amongst other things actually tracks the implementation of the decadal plan. But also we have just developed now a plan which takes into account new developments since the adoption of the decadal plan in 2021. The geopolitical situation, the US withdrawal of research funds, for instance, and their implications. What implications will they have for the decadal plan? The medium-term development plan that comes out of the GNU, that's another new development that has taken place, which we are looking into as part of implementing. Otherwise, the implementation of the plan is subject to the normal processes of monitoring and evaluation of government, which are led by the DPME. That's also actually subjected to that. We also do appreciate, by the way, occasional reporting to Parliament, to the through the Portfolio Committee, on progress that we are making on that score. The officials may want to add some more, but I just thought I'll say that, Chair, very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. In terms of are we researching synthetic diamonds, the MMP was established to look exclusively at narrow reef hard rock. And so, no, there's been no research into that so far. But with a change in strategy last year, we'll see where the industry directs us. We're not sure. So linkages between all RDI, I mentioned the 2030 vision of having a single RDI database, and certainly that's something we are pursuing. In terms of IP, it is a case-by-case basis, but all our research is undertaken in a collaborative manner. And so there are people from different institutions collaborating to develop that research. And so most of our research is not limited to a single entity, but if it is on a case-by-case basis, it also serves, the localization imperative, where, for example, currently there is a micro enterprise developing an incredible tool that will that is related to testing hanging walls and to see for safety, and that's an SMME that's developed that technology. But IP remains the one thing we have to discuss for every single contract. But yes, we work on it extensively. In terms of accessing our information, as I said, we acknowledge it hasn't been easy. It is via the website, but that will be vastly improved as of the end of June. If you do want a particular thing, you can simply submit an email to inquiries via our website, but hopefully the new website will allow you to access everything that you are looking for. I think that's all mine.
In terms of the MQA, I wouldn't be in a position to really detail whether
Sorry, Honorable Zond, you will get a written response on the MQA. You will also facilitate that you get a response on what he wanted to respond on. So you will take the responsibility to speak to Ms. Boss and the committee secretary to follow up on the question that you would need to be responded to. Honorable Mshongo.
Thank you for the presentation through you, Chair. How do you find the journey regarding the challenges as well as the obstacles in conducting the research as well as the identification of the subjects while conducting the research that was conducted? Was it easy? Were there some obstacles? Were you faced with some challenges or not? This engagement sounds private, public partnership between the Department of Social Science and Innovation and Mineral Council. Did you find it easy to work with, focusing on the strategic objectives? Were they achievable? Can you ascertain the sustainability of the project and the sustainability of the practices that were engaged? In doing all this engagement, are the impact assessment plus engagement with the local communities defined and developed to assist and engage in the development of project as well as local industrialization and agricultural business plan? Thank you.
Tim.
Thank you, Honourable Member. So the challenges and sort of obstacles that we face are the same really as any multi-stakeholder engagement. It takes a lot of time, and the expectation is for immediate delivery. And in research and innovation, of course, it takes time. As I said earlier, 3 to 4 years for projects to actually come to fruition. And even sometimes in research, you might find the way not to do something. That is a valid research outcome, but it doesn't necessarily help the industry immediately. So the challenges are in, I think, as is everybody, the industry is very highly committed to various things, and getting people's time is a big, big challenge. In terms of how do we find out what the issues are, as I said, our technical steering committees are the routes through which we get the specific research projects, but also the SATCAP guidelines are in place for industry to include communities in those conversations. So whilst we don't necessarily engage communities directly as the Mandela Mining Precinct, the mining industry is engaging through the use of our guidelines on how to create change in the sector. And we also hope that via our Samudi research centres, we get more of that community input into some of the work down the line. And we were put in place at the time to address the, as they were called, burning platforms of jobs and technology. And the change in strategy only was approved last year. And so with that change in strategy, for example, we're going out this year to check with the broadest range of stakeholders possible on what they think about the strategy. And that will include everybody we can at government level, academia, community representatives, depending on how we can identify them. Yeah, everybody that we feel is involved in the sector. And then the sustainability of the practices is precisely why we changed the strategy, because we've been so focused on developing innovations and not necessarily communicating their value that we've had to take that step back and go, okay, we now need to communicate, and then the sustainability will come in when we can prove the value and the impact that we have to the sector. Thank you.
And just to mention, some of the challenges that we have with driving research and innovation is attracting the relevant skills to actually be focused on R&D. This is a very competitive market. We are having a challenge in retaining those skills to ensure that there is also institutional knowledge that is retained. But also, I think in parallel, looking at digital skills that we need to ensure that as we formulate multidisciplinary teams, that we've got people with mining experience, but also the requisite knowledge in digital skills to be able to develop solutions.
Thank you. Honorable Chabele.
Thank you so much, Chair. I maybe let me start with CSIR. On the CSIR technology, look, you do quite a lot of work. I've been very privy to a lot of research out of CSIR. My concern is that most of the projects get done, never see the light of the day. Commercialization, working with local companies, particularly young, innovative companies. That's a major concern for us. Black, dynamic, young, who are innovators, needs to start partnering very closely with CSIR. I know you've got private industry in terms of involvement, but we don't get to see that happening. That's my first question. Is there any hindrance to involving young black people?
I must, Dr. Mtodi.
No, thanks a lot, Dawedzo. As a matter of fact, the digital twin project that we talked about is being commercialized with a young black entrepreneur. And when we do present to, actually for the CSIR, most of the technologies are commercialized with black-owned enterprises. So we will furnish you with the full spade of that.
Yeah, please.
But we are very conscious of that.
Okay.
In terms of transforming, because our job is to transform, and we do a thorough job in terms of that.
I think to the Minister, Minister, thank you so much for the beautiful presentation. We would like to have the speech that you read through, a copy of it. But the question is, you spoke very well, Minister, where you say government has a policy for clean coal, but none of your government policies speak about clean coal integration. Currently, coal is one of the most demonized commodity in South Africa and globally. And whenever coal is referred to globally, they main South Africa as the main carbon emitter, which does not even have a 1% globally. Yet I don't see government defending. I don't see this research organization, SAMEDI, including, for instance, CSIR, coming up with the defense and saying we are working on clean coal. We went on oversight. Kusile Power Station produces one of the most amazing clean coal technology, and no reports are made about it. It's one of the best power stations in the world on clean coal. No mention is done. Technology transfer, what has happened there is not even mentioned. So why do we have a strategy anchored on clean coal, Minister, but there is no policy that says we are going to protect South Africa's coal industry and we are going to produce a clean coal bill as well as law?
Well, hopefully, this is a fair question that you are asking, actually. Just like I think the question that was asked about Lily Mine and technology, it's also a fair question, insofar as don't we really have technologies to be able to deal with such situations? I just thought, let me just also comment on that quickly, Chair, because I'm about to leave, as you had told me. Your point is very important. I hope that we are getting there soon. What we've decided is that we are now, what we had not done, because MinTech has been doing this work, CSIR doing this work, what I'm now initiating is that I want to pull together this work and present it to Cabinet officially, so that then Cabinet can be able to pronounce itself and then we'll go there with suggestion on actually how we move forward. I do agree with you. I mean, this thing of demonizing coal as if nothing is being done, it's not correct. And also demonizing coal as if South Africa is responsible for global warming in the whole world just because of the coal that we have. It's not fair. But I hope that will change soon, such that government will be able to embrace. That's what I'm hoping for.
We need a law, Minister, that will protect our coal resource and make sure that there is no lobby interests that are going to stop coal use as well as coal exploration. You know right now that there's many lobby organizations across the country that are running around stopping coal utilization, putting pressure on government to stop coal use in power stations, and on top of it, making sure that anything that is coal funded does not get banking funding. All the banks have a moratorium on not supporting anything that is bank. So can we get a law that makes sure it protects the coal sector in South Africa, Minister?
Well, we're happy to partner, but that's DMR that must really take a lead on that in terms of they are the custodian for all mining legislation. If they take that and then they want us to support that with technology.
Just hold on, Minister. So there's nobody who is not a member of parliament who is supposed to be participating. I see your advisor is actively participating while you are speaking. Maybe when you give him the opportunity to respond, not while you are responding. That's the decorum I was talking about earlier on. Can you proceed, Minister?
Point taken. Please, we beg for your understanding and apologies on that, on his behalf. No, I had almost finished my point that exercise must be led by DMR. I'm glad there's a Nzimande who will even listen better to me, you know, from what I'm saying. And then we'll be more than happy to actually partner with whatever legislation, insofar as our entry point being on the side of technology, to support that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. I think the follow-up question. Our session is interactive, so we've changed the modality. We don't just ask and then let passing. So we want to interact so that we can get the best out of it. My follow-up question speaks about the battery assembling, whereby there is a huge disconnect in respect to departments, as well as the IPP's office and ESCOM. Here we're talking integrated government strategy that you have between departments. That currently we have a problem. They've just released almost a 616 megawatts battery storage system tender. It was awarded to a foreign company, which is a Danish company. And yet this particular tender should have gone to the battery industry in South Africa, to the research that is being done by CSIR, to the research that is being done by Samedi, and should have been empowering South Africa's battery capacity. If you go to, I think it's a slide number 12, where it talks about the current industry. South Africa is the largest in terms of reserves in respect to battery industry, you know, lithium, as well as lithium iron ore and all of that. So why are we not seeing this integrated approach to governance? You cannot give away a huge tender like this to a foreign entity, export the money, yet in the same breath you're saying you're doing research on battery technology, and yet you don't have an off-taker. Here's a natural off-taker that should have been paired with this project and should have been producing these batteries locally. We should have been having industrialization, benefiting young people, improving our economy. Over 100 billion is going to be spent on this particular one tender alone. And there is no interdepartmental speak or talk in relation to how to make sure that our policies talk to our industrialization and it empowers our technology and research and innovation. DDG or Minister?
Well,
Minister, you don't have to take it.
No,
We're
no.
not putting you on the
Yes,
spot.
I think maybe partly it's legitimate that we are raising those concerns, but I'm very reluctant to respond as the minister not directly responsible for that, because I will try and say something and then only to find that I'm actually not as well informed. In fact, I think that's for Minister of Electricity and Energy to be able to deal with that. Not that we are a government that operates in silos, but also we respect each other's spaces, because you would have more information than I would.
Okay, thank you. That was your last question, Honorable Chabeli. Even if you ask, you won't get a response because it's already up. Honorable Silepe?
Thank you very much. Mine is just 2 or 3 questions. During November 2024, the Portfolio Committee of Mineral, we visited Gauteng and Northwest. We noted that mines are nearing the depletion with little focus on exploration and a new project to prevent job losses. And then given increased depth of mines, technological innovation and research are essential. Can CSIR and MMP brief the committee with the company called Timponing Gold Mine is the world's deepest gold mine. Then and then with the substantial gold reserves expected to sustain operation until 2044. And then, similar to the portfolio committee, noted again that concern related to the health and safety miners, specifically women's miners. Then the MMP indicate the groundbreaking of memorandum of understanding that has been signed with the labor unions members, and then can you share that information? That understanding and intention of partnership, whether are the initiative focusing on innovation and technological advancement to address the challenges of mine workers, more especially women.
Any response, Deputy Minister? Who is responsible for? You asked 2 questions,
yes.
Actually. And one also can be responded by the Minerals Council, as I hear it. Who's starting?
Thank you, Honourable Member. So, in terms of the engagement with organised labour, they repeatedly have indicated to us they appreciate our focus on safety and health, because that is the core of what we are all of our technology work, all of our RDI focuses on safety, health and productivity. In terms of the focus on women, for example, the Isidingo drill challenge, which was so successful, came out 50% lighter than your average drill, and therefore literally for the first time opened up the sector to allow women to participate in drilling as a career. There is the gender-based side of it comes very much within the SATCAP, the human-related work. I'm not aware of any work being done very specifically for women, but there are many discussions happening around matters such as gender-based violence on mines and women's empowerment on mines. From a technology perspective, there's nothing under investigation at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
The Department of Mineral Petroleum Resources has just introduced the system called cadastral system. I just want to check with your good self in terms of innovation. Do you have anything with that system that can navigate and analyze and quantify the minerals, more especially the critical minerals that we are having, as the slide indicated that we are the global largest supplier of manganese. Do you have any innovation in that particular cadastral? If not cadastral, but do you have any of your system that can speak of that, and that can be of world competitive, that can assist the country?
So we don't have any, I think, from our side, that is a Council for Geosciences in terms of the system.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, just a quick one on that one. The Council for Geoscience, and as you probably would also notice with the critical minerals strategy, that one of the things that has been agreed on in that is to increase our investment in exploration, because that's going to open things up. We are quite aware of what we have been able to show here as to which minerals do we have. But when we engage at CGS level, we realize that there's probably could be more that we have that we don't know yet. As long as we don't invest on exploration, we probably will miss that. So this commitment to increase allocation of funding into exploration will also help us to unearth a whole lot more that we can also add into that particular list. Thanks very much.
I don't really want to add on the cadastre system, just to refer to the deep level mines, the Mponeng mine that you're referring to. South Africa has got 8 of the 10 deepest mines in the world. And the challenges with these deep mines, just relating to health and safety, you have seismicity that increases as you go deeper, and then also the temperature of the rock. So the temperature of the rock at these 4 kilometers is like 60, 70 degrees Celsius. So it's very difficult for people to operate there. And so if we're not able to find technology and mechanize those operations, those mines will simply close. Because they will not be able to operate in a health and safety manner. Yeah. And so the technology is absolutely critical.
And just to add that more than 60% of the research that we do is particularly to address challenges in deep level mining.
Okay. Thank you. The last question, DJ, I just want to check with your department, don't you have any future plan to collaborate with the other departments, especially for basic and higher education, in terms of introducing this technology to the development phase, whereby when our learners getting this information from the junior phases, when they get to this standard, then they are well prepared to the future technology, so that they don't get it as a surprise when they reach to the standard. Don't you have any future plan with regards to that? Thank you.
I think I have to rescue DG there. With the future plans in collaboration with other departments, as you have mentioned, the Department of Basic Education and Higher Education, we do have the plans. It's not even future plans. We have got plans that we are working on even now, when it says, what is it that you do when it comes to the promotion of STEM subjects, not only promoting them as STEM subject, but getting deeper as to say, what are the opportunities and what is it that our learners can do starting from the foundation phase and collaborating with the universities as we have seen. So really, for me, it won't even be future plans, but it could be saying what partnerships and collaboration we are doing with any other departments and taking with in continuous science, any other department. We always say, as the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, we are enabling departments as we do all this research where all other departments can come and plug in as to say, what is it that we do? Looking at the priorities that we are having as to say, when it comes to the economic development, looking at the manufacturing side, looking at mining, looking at agriculture, we can all we create that platform where we collaborate with all the departments. They can come and plug in on the research, on the work and the development work that we do as a department. So those are the plans that we are having in working in partnership, in partnering with other departments. Thank you, Chair.
It was indeed your last question. Can you switch off that one?
Just also to add that we've got a template
Oh,
already.
it was the last one. It was the last one. I'm saying this time is
Oh, okay.
yeah. Honorable Nkos.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think I'll first start here. I know Honorable Nchabeling has touched on it, the cleaner coal technologies. But I wanted also, Chair, to check because I feel as if it's been delayed. Because despite that, there are already cleaner coal technologies developed, like your FGD that is used by Gusile, your core firing biomass, your FBC, etc. And there is a policy on cleaner coal as well. And judging from ESCOM's report that 3 power stations will be decommissioned by 2030, I feel like West South Africa, we are not yet sufficiently focused on the widespread adoption of the cleaner coal technologies. And Chair, I just wonder what exactly is hindering the research and the implementation of the cleaner coal technologies in the country. I'm just worried about that as well. Chair, number 2 is that the mining industry is moving towards increased automation, with estimates suggesting that around 30 to 40% of the South African mining machinery will be autonomous by 2040, yeah, I think. And that includes the self-driving trucks, autonomous drillers, drones, and robot sensors and all that. Then there is artificial intelligence and Internet of Things that will be integrating machinery as well. I wanted to check how will the department and the entities leverage the automation and artificial intelligence to improve productivity, safety, without exacerbating unemployment in the country, with already so much high unemployment. And Chair, beyond the research and development, what robust pathways and support structures or commercializing innovative technologies developed through the Mandela Mining Precinct, particularly for the local manufacturers and local SMEs? And what extent are the research innovations being adopted by the mining companies, especially the SMEs, and what are the barriers that exist? Chair, also what I wanted to check is that what specific milestones or key performance indicators that are in place to measure the success of the Mandela Mining Precinct and SAMEDI initiatives as well. And lastly, Chair, beyond the Junior Mining Exploration Fund, what other initiatives are in place or being planned to support innovation and growth among junior miners? In particular, the mining tech startups as well. And how sustainable or sustainable is the current funding model, particularly the industry contribution component in the face of the sector volatility? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I think I'm going to ask my colleague Ntokozo to respond on the issue of the Junior Miners Fund. I'm going to take the question on the clean coal technologies. There are already programs that are on the go, research programs with regards to that. One of them is about, as Minister alluded to earlier on, is about capturing the NOxes and the SOxes as they come out and then making other chemicals out of it. And from the NOxes, because it's got a lot of nitrogen, then obviously you're going to be making fertilizers. And from the SOxes with sulfur dioxide to make sulfuric acid, which is also going to be used in other industrial sectors. So that project is there, and there has been a pilot that was done at PPC in Limpopo already, which was successful. And there is another pilot now at Kelvin Power Station in Johannesburg. And there's plans to then upscale that into other power stations, working together with ESCOM. The other project around carbon capture is the one that is being led by the Council for Geoscience. And that's where you actually drill, you study the geology of a particular area, and then you can drill the rock, and you go up to, in this instance, it went down up to 2 kilometers underneath, where you then can inject carbon dioxide and get it stored there. In other jurisdictions, it can also be used in the oil sector, where it is used to extract even more oil. But ultimately, in the end, it gets trapped there and it stays under the rock, pretty much like when you want to unlock the gases in the rocks that are underneath. So those are the two projects that are already on the go with regards to cleaner coal technologies. So, and there are going to be a whole range of technologies, including when you are doing new power stations. How do you then get cleaner and cleaner as you go? But already these two projects, what is already undergo, funded, one with the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, and the other one under the Council for Geosciences.
Thank you, Honorable Chairs, Honorable Members. On the Exploration Fund, the fund was established by the department, and we managed last year to secure 200 million rands from National Treasury, and we also approached IDC, and IDC agreed to match us rand for rand. So we kicked off the fund with 400 million. And we issued the first funding call last year. We are closing that call now, and we will be issuing the second funding call in the next few months. But then we've said we will not stop there, because in the critical mineral strategy, one of the interventions we've identified is the need, I think some colleagues spoke to this earlier on, is the need to amplify and grow our exploration program as a country, and that will require funding towards exploration. And for that reason, we are continuing to engage other stakeholders and potential partners to grow the fund so that we drive a robust exploration program for the country. And we will again be bringing an update report to Parliament very soon on this work. Maybe also just to comment, Chairs, on the carbon capture, utilization and storage project. Yes, there is a project, research project being undertaken by one of our SOEs, the Council for Geoscience in Leandra. And preliminary results of this research work indicates that geology in that area is actually conducive for carbon storage, but obviously more work still needs to be done. It's the initial phase that's just been concluded by the Council for Geoscience, but work needs to continue, further detailed work needs to continue in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Nkosi, it's your time. I won't tell you how to use it. So if you have a follow-up, please do.
Thank you. It's a follow-up on the clean coal technologies. I just wanted to follow up that there are already projects in place trying maybe to work on that technologies. I wanted to check, why can't we maybe try to start those projects in on the power stations, coal power stations that are already being reported that will be closed down by ESCOM. Yeah, I'm speaking about your power station. I think there is Grootvlei and the other power stations that are going to be closed. Why don't we start there before 2020 so that we don't have any power station being closed down or be decommissioned?
Actually, I think the next power station, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be Grootvlei. We started with the cement one in the Limpopo, then Kelvin, which is Eskom one in Gauteng, and then the next one I think is Grootvlei.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I can just make a comment around the funding. The funding, Chair, the partnership is really important. I think when we look back to the mining Pakisa, there was the Council for Geoscience and the minerals processing, but the extraction was a gap. So this partnership has really been a priority. It goes back to the white paper and the decadal plan. So from the department side, it's a high priority. It's our biggest, largest public-private partnership, and we do our best to secure the funding from our side and to also meet our partners' ability to co-fund. So we do that. In terms of the metrics, the metrics is aimed at at rewarding or measuring the technology advancement.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, Honorable Mufuke.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me also welcome the presentation, Chair. My first question, Chairperson, understanding the long-term sustainable goals of the MHSC and the current rise of mine incidents concerning safety, I would like to know what key innovations have been developed under the longevity of current mines program to improve safety. My second question, Chairperson, data has become a key and staple part of any operation, as well as its integrity and protection. I would like to know, Chairperson, how does the real-time information management system program support mining operations, and how does it ensure this while ensuring there is overall data integrity from all aspects of the operation? Lastly, Chairperson, AI is becoming a part of our daily lives, yet we are still to regulate it across different sectors of our economy properly. There have been widely analyzed studies of its bias and caution. It's often enforced to limit and to control the use of AI, especially in industrial settings. I would like to know what have been the outcome of the CSIR's trackless mobile machinery digital twin project, and how has the regulation and use of AI in this project been monitored? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister and your team.
Okay. With regards to the TMM Digital Twin, it is an AI-driven tool, and we have demonstrated the tool at one of the largest coal mines in South Africa, in Limpopo, and following that, then gotten a SMME that is now taking the solution to market as we develop the solutions and they then take it to implementation. Thank you.
Just an additional point on the issue of AI and dealing with AI biases. This is probably part of another initiative which is outside of this research in general, but which is on the Foundational Digital Capabilities Program, which I think on the S&T committee were presented that before. And this is really about how we need to build, and we are building foundational capabilities, both to ensure that we've got enough data on the basis of which, when we say AI and machine learning and training, that data can then be used to train our own systems. So that they actually get relevant information. Because otherwise, if we don't have our own data, whatever you get out of AI, it doesn't have any place where to learn from. So it ends up learning in whatever is available, and hence the biases that comes in. So our building around what we call the Foundational Digital Capabilities Program is also about focusing on ensuring that we deal with the issue of ethics and also AI biases in a whole range of areas because of the broadness in which AI is being applied today. So we're hoping that, not we're hoping, we know that as long as you've got your own data and ICT infrastructure on the basis on which AI platforms are run, that aspect is going to be dealt with. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair and Honourable Member. In terms of the query around the longevity of current mines and how that impacts safety, I will just give a few examples. So a current project that is just being signed off is looking at stiffness so that pillars can be more safely extracted to get the maximum resources out, but in a safe way. The other thing is establishing a validation process so that there's an independent certification or validation of equipment manufacturers' claims to make sure that they are safe, because depending on the context in which they are implemented, certain sort of off-the-shelf mining equipment may not be safe. So that's a validation process underway. And then the final issue is things like drilling, charging and blasting, looking at, for example, non-explosive rock breaking to improve safety, and also integrating data capturing into those sorts of programs. In terms of the real-time information management system and how, for the programs and how that supports industry, it's a wide application, but I'll give you one example. Just this year, the program developed a gaming app where you can actually put in a whole lot of different parameters to see exactly what your digital requirements are on the mine and the best tools available to implement them. Another thing they're doing in terms of managing AI is looking at a framework for AI management within the mining industry, because I don't think we even have a grasp yet of just how widely AI is being implemented in the sector. And so we are busy with looking at precisely a framework to manage that within the sector. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Ntlangwini.
Thank you, Chair. And precisely, Chair, and I want to allude again to the point that I've made earlier on. It's now 1:15, and some of us will be disadvantaged because we have to rush to other duties that we have to do in the House. So there is the disadvantage that we are having for starting a meeting late. I want to check, DM, you know, R&D budget within South Africa have always been at the back foot and have always been cut. No matter what, when government wants to cut budgets, they go to R&D. And that have been consistently. With that said, in 2014, I remember I served in this committee chair when I came to Parliament in Science and Technology. We took a visit to UWC to go and see the battery plant. And now I see Nelson Mandela has it as well, and University of Limpopo, if I'm correct. And I think my other colleagues have also asked and alluded to this. We are seeing all of this research capacity in South Africa with brilliant scientists, because if we don't produce brilliant scientists, they wouldn't have been headhunted by the industry. So what are we doing to maintain and to keep, one, the skills within the country, and two, develop the industry, that there is beneficiation in terms of industries that we are creating, so that these plants are not just there mere plants at universities. Because I was at UWC in 2014, and then still today we are talking about this plant that are there. But you don't see that going into the market. That is one. Then two, I want to talk about the test mine MOU that was there, if it was signed or not signed. can we also use, maybe perhaps, because one don't know for what is the scope of the testing mines, your work pertaining to that. But there are a lot of dilapidated mines that are just left ownerless and so forth. Can't we take some of these mines and put it over into making it and creating test mines? Because illegal activities are taking place on that mines. Because people wouldn't go and mine them if there's no minerals. So can't we put over in terms of creating also test mines out of those facilities in terms of how do we rehabilitate also faster those areas. Then the last one, in terms of we are having it's not a crisis yet, but there are some cases that is reported in terms of petroleum adulteration within the industry. Have you done research in terms of that to help the industry to curb this scourge that are happening currently within the industry that may not look currently like it will be, there is a problem, but it have the ability to become a huge problem if not curbed for the motor industry and all of that. And then the last part is as well, I think one of my colleagues also asked about the safety aspects in terms of, and I think for many of us in this room and the community at large out there, the Lily mine aspect is a huge aspect because we know there are families that can't get closure and proper closure to their loved ones. And 2 weeks ago or a week ago, there were another miners that were stuck in another mine, you know. So what mechanisms, if we were to have a likely event in terms of the Lily mine incident, what mechanisms or research capacity have you started working on? As you are talking about, you are doing a lot of work in terms of deep mining, like your gold mines, and Lily mine was a gold mine, so that we can prevent such occurrences from happening if people were to get stuck or lost, so that we can find them to the loved ones. Thank you, Chair. And my apologies, I will have to leave after the response, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair. The team will lead, but let me start by commenting on the issue of the perpetual decrease on the R&D budget, of which, as a country, we don't even see it on the side of e-government only, but also from the side of the private sector. And really, I would love the honourable members even to look at the document that we have come up with in the department from NACI, where we were looking at how much the funding when it comes to R&D has dwindled and what are the negative impacts that we are having when it comes to that, and what it does even to our own scientists, where we find them mostly being attracted even to go to work in other countries. But it's one area that I'm saying, I'm very happy that honourable member is raising it, and it's an area that you are looking at as to say, how are we even involving the private sector to say, we cannot keep on ignoring the area of investing and making sure that when it comes to research and development, the funding, the budget does not go down. But also, it's one area where all other departments, as we are saying, as the government, it's an area where we are saying we should concentrate and focus on, because it forms a cornerstone of the economic development of our country. Any country without a research and development will never grow when it comes to the issue of economy. We talk to the issues of commercialization, as the honourable member was saying. When we talk to the issue of industrialization, And we are also always saying, as the department, when it comes to the side of innovation, yes, our learners will come, our students, our researchers will come with innovative ways, but if we don't see that translating to commercialization, then whatever we'll do won't be giving the necessary results that we need as a country to grow the economy as we are needed. So really, when it comes to the issue of the research and development, when it comes to budget cuts, we know the impact, the negative impact that it has done, but it's one area where we are saying we are excited. I can go further and further, Chair, but one other thing that we became interested and excited as a country and as the department ourselves was the recent visit by the President himself to CSIR, where he could even learn and comment and appreciate the work that is being done by the country when it comes to research and development, and even the call that he has put in all other departments is to say, how do they utilize the resources, the capabilities, and the capacity that is there as a country where we can exhaust whatever we have with our own researchers, our own capabilities before we even go on out to other countries. So I think it's one area when it comes to R&D really that we as a country, we are going to be putting a lot of positive.
And I hate doing this to you,
I'm sorry,
but the reality is that your time has expired. Thank you. Honorable members, where possible, let's use less time.
Yeah.
Because we are pressed for time now. Honorable Zungula.
Thank you. Can I be direct, DM? DM, if it happens that you have answered my question, can I ask you, Okoba, can we move on? The first question is that given the noble intentions of the MMP, why is it a public-private partnership? Does the state not have capacity to drive the program on its own?
I need to respond now. Oh. We started by talking to the issue of collaboration. We know, we can. But that is where the partnerships, the collaborations really, that is where we needed to start, is an institution where from the introduction that has been made, MMU and MMP, it's one principle really where we are saying as the government, we needed to start somewhere, Not that we can't, but there are a lot of skills that are being transferred, a lot of knowledge that is being shared. Definitely, in all the PPP relationship, it has got a time frame. That is where we are looking towards. We'll be moving to where the government can stand on its own, but it's one of the very precious and needed partnership that we needed to start somewhere and make sure that when it comes to this research and
okay, so you said there are time frames. What is the time frame for this one? And also, there's this assertion whenever there's a triple P that the state bears the risk, but the private sector bears the reward. Would you say that is true in this context?
DDG will help me. I think it's for the second time in this meeting that you are getting the same question, because there was a question as to say, even when it comes to the IP, most of the time when there is a relationship between the PPP relationship, who benefits more? At the end of the relationship, who goes with what, So, DDG, really, when it comes to the issue of a time frame, can you respond and come on that?
Yeah. So let me talk first about the issue of the risk versus the benefits. So one of the questions that I think was addressed earlier related to the intellectual property, and the way the IP benefits are shared is on the basis of these three things that are considered. One is, what are you bringing on the table prior, which is really going to be your background IP. So in this instance, there is a lot that, for example, in collaborative work, the CSIR will be bringing on the table, and there will be stuff that will be coming from the Minerals Council, and then there will be others that may be coming from academia. So the sharing model then depends on what you bring. And what then comes out, which is then what we call the foreground IP, is then a determination of how is that IP going to be shared. So it's not a matter of saying we're going to be giving away IP. That is why I think the group executive, when he responded, is that you see that when the commercialization happens, there's something that's going to revert back to the CSIR. And she has indicated some percentages of the benefits that come. So that benefit is not about us only sharing, as the government receiving the risk part and the private sector receiving the benefits. Now, on the issue of the partnerships, the partnership at some point does mature. But as they mature, you may find that you leave some of the programs behind because maybe they become fully commercial. And as a department and as government, we may not be really interested in mining, but in selling the technologies that come out of here. Then we move into newer projects. So that's where the, while the termination on a particular project might happen, there might be a perpetuation on completely new programs. And there's a point that was made by the honorable member who left around the past in terms of mining and the fact that there are mines that are abandoned and they might be having resources there. Now, the technologies that are being developed are about how do you increase efficiency so that when you have mined and you are done, then you are done. Probably very little is left for further exploration. So that sharing does happen in terms of IP, and then in terms of the relationship, when the project matures and gets commercial, then we might have to start other new programs as well.
Thank you, DG. But I'm still not answered. The DM spoke about a time frame, but sitting here listening to you, I'm still in the dark as to what is the proposed time frame.
As I said, the proposed time frame is going to be determined on whether the project reaches its maturity or not, or it reaches a point where we close it. So that for that particular initiative, then the time frame will be out, and then we might have another one. So, as the colleague who's heading the MMP has said, sometimes you can have much longer time frames for other things and not for others. So some projects can run for 5 years, and some in 1.5 years, you might reach the gold mine and reach a point where you commercialize, and then that's where you can move on. But for some, it may go much longer than that. So I can't say there's a definite time frame where this partnership is going to end. It might end for specific projects, but we want to continue it because we need to co-invest. One of the things that DM has spoken about in relation to investment in R&D, already government invests more than private sector in R&D. And what we're driving towards is to increase the private sector investment. And it is through these partnerships that whenever we conceptualize new projects, we are going to seek their stay in new programs or negotiate new partnerships as we go forward.
Okay. The chair is looking at me, so you have to excuse me when I'm trying to manage time. Why is the MMP not a juristic person?
I'm going to just take a step at this. It's just a program. It's a research program, and it doesn't really have the legalities in terms of saying this is what it is in terms of it being a juristic institution. I think it was just a much simpler model of partnership that we had at the time, rather than going through the legalities of establishing a legal party.
Then who would own currently the intellectual property?
The IP, as I've explained, is going to be about who is doing research. So when you do research, whatever you generate, so there's going to be a researcher, there's going to be a funder, which is ourselves, operating through CSIR, and there's going to be a Minerals Council. The IP ownership is on the basis of that contribution. Researcher, funders, and that is really how it's divided. And it's normally it's agreed upfront in terms of the ownership and how the benefits are shared and ultimately commercialized is based on those kind of models.
Okay. Because it is not a juristic person, what then gives rise to the enforcement of the public finance management?
The Public Finance Management Act for IP, right? That is already...
No, for the entire program, sorry.
Yeah, so she will answer to that, but it's inbuilt from the beginning. So there is nothing that is going to be involving investment by government that is not subject to IP Act in terms of the management of it. So that's where the whole benefit sharing is actually conceptualized. It's on the basis of the IP Act for publicly funded R&D.
Okay, you want to answer?
If I can, Honourable Member. So the funding from the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, we are co-hosted by the CSIR and the Minerals Council. So the DSTI funding is managed under all the CSIR policies, including all the PFMA requirements. Funding from Minerals Council is managed according to Minerals Council policies and frameworks. And so we run our projects using both sets of funding, applying to both sets of rules. So for example, if a research project starts with Minerals Council funding, and then we have to change the funding to DSTI funding, we go through the full process as required by the PFMA. It's an open call for proposals.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Zungula. Honorable Hassan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try and be quick. I'm going to ask all three of my questions, so please make a note because I think that might be faster for us. The first is related to the critical mineral and metal strategy of South Africa, specifically around domestic beneficiation. I think we all know, especially from our side, around the manganese production and the opportunities and the fact that we have some of the world's largest deposits. So I'm interested around the beneficiation and battery storage stuff. Basically, that is quite pivotal to the strategy, but also aligning with CSIR and the MMP's energy story research. What contributions did CSIR and MMP make specifically to the development of the strategy? And how does the strategy complement and enhance those initiatives of both the CSIR and the MMP? That's my first question. The second question is, as a form of disruptive tech, how does the Advanced Ore Body Knowledge Program aim to transform mining operations, basically from the perspective of integrated science innovation and industry transformation? So I'm just interested going forward, and so many people have spoken about what technology can do, but it is important for us to understand, especially on the Advanced Ore Body Knowledge Program. And then my last question, Chair, I'll get the others in writing, but basically I want to understand, how does SATCAP, that's the Learning Academy, support skills development in modern mining specifically? And how does this project ensure that not only do we attract, but that we keep young people and talent in the industry? Because that's something we're also seeing even in nuclear, where we're losing some really incredible talent and skills to overseas poachers, for lack of a better word. And I'm very interested to know what we're doing about that in a more holistic way. Thank you.
So in terms of critical minerals, what we were involved with is looking at responsible mining extraction portion. And I think just for the value chain, you've got the exploration, the mineral extraction. It's important that we maximize resource utilization. And for that portion, the KPIs that informs that there is cost-effective, efficient, and effective extraction. That's the part that the CSIR mining cluster have been involved in.
Thank you, Honourable Member. In terms of the MMP, we are essentially project managing the critical minerals research that the CSIR is doing in terms of competitiveness, and we were involved in the general stakeholder engagement. The new strategy is going to certainly inform the new circularity sub-strategy for minerals and metals. So that is how it is going to inform our work. The AOK work looks specifically at integrated scanning technologies ahead of the phase and at the face. And so that plays both the productivity and safety role, if I heard your question correctly. And so obviously identifying, for example, loose rock, either through acoustic mechanisms or through LiDAR or something like that, is part of the program. And there's a new one where it's three-dimensional photogrammetry that looks into the rock to be able to see where the ore body is or where there's loose rock. Again, safety and productivity. In terms of SATCAP, it's not, we are partners with the Learning Academy, but we are not the Learning Academy. And one of our projects or programs this year is looking at, for example, the impact on jobs as well as skills required for modernizing mining, and that we're partnering with the Mining Qualifications Authority on. In terms of keeping people employed, I'm afraid we don't have the answer. But with the MQA, as I said, it's a brand new MOU, but with the MQA we hope to develop that research into a sound body of knowledge on what will be needed, how do we get people to where they need to be, and then how do we retain them.
So on the issue of beneficiation, specifically looking at manganese, the CSIR is just one of the players. So there is a pilot facility in Bombela and Nelspruit, which the department purchased a couple of years back and is under the University of Limpopo, where the program is about beneficiating manganese, at least from just being raw manganese into the precursor material that goes into the battery. That's really just one step. Now, out of all the players, University of Limpopo, CSIR, University of the Western Cape, Nelson Mandela University, they then each come out in terms of moving that particular precursor material into the full value chain up until the battery. That's what happens. So all of it currently happening with the investment by the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, and as we're hoping that we will probably reach a point where, when programs such as the one that have been highlighted by Honourable Member here for battery manufacturing comes up, then we're going to have this as the center where even things such as standardization and testing and whatever can actually happen, because that capability exists. It has been built over the time.
Thank you. Honorable Sene.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I will also submit some of my questions because I had about 6 questions. Chair, my first question is on the MMMP projects, which involves aspects of turning liabilities into assets during mine closure. What metrics are measured in this regard, and why is there an emphasis on those? And my second question, on slide 26, you spoke about students who were supported in terms of research studies. So you only spoke about females and males. Yes, we appreciate. But I'm interested to know how many are young people, and also how many are from historically disadvantaged areas. And lastly, Chair, we will be interested also, or we'll be waiting to see the safety compact device that you spoke about, that you are going to design for women in mining, because women in mining safety is one of it's close to our heart. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. In terms of the turning liabilities into assets, what the metrics are is really guided by the industry in terms of what they're looking for with respect to really maximising the life of each mine. So like I said, there's the stiffness aspect that is looking at pillar removal to do that safely. And then we're moving more from the very specific research into this whole systems level, where we can do verified and certified processes to ensure that we are extracting safely. And We are sitting in the position, as you know, there are the input, throughput, output, and impact mechanisms, and we've been measuring the input and throughput KPIs very well. An area that we are developing are the outcome and impact KPIs. So that is focused for the next 5 years to get those impact KPIs well adopted, which will require partnerships with commercialization entities and with the mining industry itself, so that we know when someone adopts one of our technologies, they need to tell us what the impact has been. The challenge there is if they haven't been measuring the same KPIs, once they adopt the technology, we have no baseline. And so we're working with the sector on that. Then the student supported, I'm afraid I don't have the age profile with me, but we go by the department guidelines in terms of black female South Africans, black male South Africans, so we use that, and the universities use that to choose their students. And I just want to stress, this is only 3 years old, and so we haven't seen, massive graduations, but the one way that we are addressing the youth, or the universities, I can't say we, are addressing the youth issue, we have permission now from the DSTI to do part-time funding, because originally it was only full-time funding, and most youngsters can't afford to live on just the stipend. And so the DSTI has very generously said we can now do the part-time funding so people can work and study, and therefore that's hopefully is drawing in more young people. Our postgraduates were the oldest, but that's logical given that they are, sorry, not postgraduates, our postdoctoral students were the oldest, but they were postdocs. I think the youngest student at the minute is 21. I don't know who the oldest one is, I'm sorry, but I can answer that in writing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I think I must thank you for the patience you have exercised with us. Time was not on our side, but we tried. I just want to make one point before I hand over to the chairperson, that I can account for members of the Portfolio Committee on Mineral and Petroleum who left. Honorable Ntangweni is a whip today in the House. Honorable Silepe has just been hacked. He's going to the bank because they are taking his money now. Honorable Ntabeling just indicated he's going. I don't know what is the problem. The point I'm making is that if you look at your committee, Chair, everybody just left and nothing much has been said. I don't know what is happening. But thank you very much. We appreciate the invitation, and we will try even in the future to honor your invitation. To us, it meant a lot. The information we received, we are still going to process it and continue with our questions next on the 10th when we receive the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I was also worried when I saw some of the honorable members leaving, but I want to understand that we'll get a proper explanation for their early departure from the Portfolio Committee. Thank you so much for adhering to our call when we requested that we have this joint Portfolio Committee meeting. Like the DM said, we are an enabling Portfolio Committee, as the department is also an enabling department. We have made that realization, and we are acting on it with other Portfolio Committees. So, because we don't want to speak to ourselves with the work that should be speaking to other Portfolio Committees. What we seek to achieve with this Portfolio Committee meeting is not this meeting only, Chair. We seek to have more meetings, joint Portfolio Committee meetings with your Portfolio Committee. And we also would like to see a process of establishing a joint industrialization strategy, because it is an actual need now in South Africa that we create jobs and also grow the economy. So for that to happen, we need to have an industrialization plan on how to industrialize, especially on the mining sector. We need to industrialize and we need to create a beneficiation process for our mineral resources. So that is the most important part of this meeting. We also seek to have a process wherein we start having legislation on export quotas, because we are exporting most of our mineral resources out of the country's raw material. And even your presentations today, you were showing that we are losing more exporting raw materials as raw materials outside the country than exporting them as products. So now, this is what we are seeking, so that when you live here, you live with a mind and a plan to think beyond what you are having now. How do we have a proper legislation, Chair, between both the departments on export quotas? So we're going to have a follow-up meeting. So I'm also going to come knocking at your door for this process, because today was for us to have an information sharing session wherein we show you that some of the industrialization plans that the department, your department, is crying about, that they don't have industrialization plan. There is an industrialization plan in CSIR, and if we are to sit together and join efforts, we are able to then come with a proper plan to develop our country. I always have interest on a carbon capture program. I've always have interest from the beginning of this term. I've always have an interest on the carbon capture program, and I believe that it can be escalated towards your department and your portfolio committee, that we look into it and see what can be done, because it is not true that we can demonize coal when we have access coal in this country. We can demonize the use of coal, whatever that it has to do with coal. It can't be that we reach that level where this is the resource that can be useful, and we also have measures that can assist the country to use coal as a clean energy. At least there is that plan. And another thing that I wanted to say, Chair, is that we do have capabilities, and if we are going to work together in this manner, we will actually prove that we do have capabilities as a country, and we need to invest in our capabilities, and we need also to drive an agenda for this country to consume its own innovation and technology. Some of the problems that we see, departments running out of the country to get answers from, I look at them and I'm like, why do you have to go outside the country? Because I'm sitting in this portfolio committee of science, technology and innovation, and there are answers here. There are answers with CSIR who are now on. I heard when in the president's visit to America, there was a point that was raised that we need technologies from America to assist us with crime prevention. We have a technology that is developed by CSIR for crime prevention, and we are looking forward to having that discussion with the portfolio committee on police, because really, and I can go on and on and on, Chair, but we don't have time. But what we have done today is it's a step towards the right direction, and we are grateful for your portfolio committee to have patience, for the patience they have displayed with us today. and we are grateful for the presence and the attendance that we have witnessed today. And then thank you so much. This portfolio committee meeting, this joint portfolio committee meeting is urgent.
Thank you.
So we're not, did you speak to the police person?